Goeiemôre Kongres, goeiemôre dames en here. Dit is die tweede dag van ons Kongres. Baie welkom aan u almal. Ek wil net aankondig dat u asseblief individueel moet inteken vir die doel van konstituering van ons Kongres. Ons gaan begin deur 'n lied van die Tygerberg Kinderkoor onder leiding van Carina Erasmus, Hands of Man. Vervolgens gaan professor Nico Botha vir ons die Kongres open op die gepaste manier. Ek wil net graag 'n kort CV voorhou vir u. Hy het gestudeer aan die Universiteit van Wes-Kaapland, sy BA graad voltooi, daarna BTH in die fakulteit van teologie aan die Universiteit van Wes-Kaapland en word hy 'n predikant. As teoloog is hy bekend vir gesaghebende op die gebied van missiologie en sy standpunte oor teologiese kwessies word wyd gerespekteer. Hy is ook die prediker in Nederland, 'n groot indruk gemaak. Na sy terugkeer in Suid-Afrika het hy talle gemeentes bedien, onder andere van Reinsdorp, Laaiplek Veldrif, Middelburg, Mpumalanga en Pretoria. Prof Botha is emeritus professor in teologie aan Unisa. Hy is 'n baie produktiewe skrywer en lewer artikels vir Netwerk 24, Beeld in die Burger. As prediker neem hy gereeld aand- en oggendoordenkings en atelierdienste op RSG waar.
Goeiedag, dit is vir my 'n baie besondere voorreg om op hierdie manier deel te wees van die Kongres van Agri Suid-Afrika. Ek is groot dank verskuldig aan Christo van Rede wat my vriendelik uitgenooi het om hier te wees, deel te neem en dan ook bewyse van skriflesing en refleksie 'n bydrae te lewer. Dit is 'n baie groot voorreg. Baie dankie. Ek lees graag vir u voor uit die boek van die profeet Jeremia, en wel uit Jeremia 29. Dit is 'n baie interessante hoofstuk, want dit gaan hier oor 'n brief wat die profeet uit Jerusalem aan die ballinge in Babylon gerig het. En ek lees dan vir u voor vanaf vers 4 tot en met 14. Van vers 4 af luidt dan soos volg: So sê ek, die Here die Almagtige, die God van Israel, vir al die ballinge wat ek uit Jerusalem in ballingskap na Babel toe weggevoer het. Bou vir julle huise en bewoon dit. Lê tuine aan en eet die opbrengs daarvan, trou en bring kinders in die wêreld, en laat hulle trou en kinders in die wêreld bring. Julle moet daar in Babel baie word, nie min nie. Bevorder die belange van die stad waarin ek julle in ballingskap weggevoer het. Bid tot my vir daardie stad, want sy belange is ook julle belange. So sê die Here die Almagtige, die God van Israel: Moenie dat die profete en waarsêers daar by julle mislei nie. Moenie ag slaan op daardie drome wat julle so graag droom nie. Daardie mense tree op sonder opdrag as profete in my naam. Ek het hulle nie gestuur nie, sê die Here. So sê die Here, oor presies 70 jaar sal ek Babel straf en julle onder my sorg neem, en dan sal ek my belofte nakom om julle hier na Jerusalem toe terug te bring. Ek weet wat ek vir julle beplan, sê die Here. Voorspoed en nie teenspoed nie. Ek wil vir julle 'n toekoms gee, 'n verwagting. Dan sal julle my aanroep, tot my kom bid, en ek sal julle gebede verhoor. Julle sal vra na my wil, en julle sal dan my wil ken, as julle met julle hele hart daarna vra. Julle sal my ontmoet, sê die Here, en ek sal julle terugbring uit die ballingskap uit. Ek sal julle bymekaar maak tussen al die nasies uit, en van al die plekke af, waarheen ek julle verstrooi het, sê die Here, en ek sal julle terugbring na die plek toe, waarvandaan ek julle in ballingskap weggevoer het. Ek nooi jy nou om 'n bietjie saam met my na te dink oor hierdie baie besondere gedeelte uit die woord van die Here. Weereens, dis 'n soort brief wat die profeet Jeremia rig aan die ballinge in Babylon. Ek wil begin deur die opmerking te maak dat daar seker geen erger vervreemding is, soos wanneer 'n mens in jou eie geboorteland, jou eie moederland, soos 'n vreemdeling voel nie. Alle Suid-Afrikaners, dink ek, sou een of ander tyd in die geskiedenis van die land hierdie pynlike ervaring meegemaak het. Want uit gesprekke met mense nou, klink dit asof ons nou weer op 'n nuwe manier daai gevoel van vervreemding ervaar. En nou het die vernietigende uitwerking van COVID-19 en die soms uiters verwarrende staat van inperking dinge ook nog vererger. Die werksverliese, verlies aan inkomste, die trauma en angs, maar veral ook die verlies van geliefdes deur 'n COVID-19 dood, vererger die diepe gevoel van vervreemding. Daarby kom ook nog die geweld en vermoording van mense waarmee die inperking gepaard gegaan het. Die hemelskreiende vlakke van korrupsie laat verder ook die plek na 'n rowerspelonk lyk, eerder as die geliefde moederland. Dit laat mens met verslaanheid en 'n gevoel van om heeltemal los van die dinge te staan gekom het. Die vervreemding vir die mense van die Here uit Jeremia 29 was natuurlik uiters intens en het die vorm van ballingskap aangeneem. Hulle word uit die moederland en die moederstad weggevoer na 'n vreemde land, Babylonië, en 'n vreemde stad, Babylon. En die verskillende vlakke van vervreemding word in die Bybel op 'n byna grafiese manier voorgestel. Dis waarom ons hulle sien in hulle kulturele vervreemding, die sang en die musiek verstar. Hulle kry dit nie reg om die lied van die Here in 'n vreemde land te sing nie. En die musiekinstrumente, lees maar Psalm 137, word aan die bome opgehang. Maar hulle is ook met 'n intense sielkundige vervreemding geslaan. Hulle is totaal ontredderd. Hulle is neerslagtig. Hulle is lusteloos en moedeloos. Maar miskien is die derde vlak van vervreemding tog nog die ergste. Hierdie gevoel van dat daar 'n godsverduistering ingetree het. Hierdie gevoel van dat die muur waar hulle weeklag sou kon laat hoor en waar hulle sou kon bid, onsigbaar geword het. Hierdie gevoel van dat hulle die berge rondom Jerusalem, wat die teken was van God se beskutting, dat hulle die berge nie meer kan sien nie. Dis hierdie werklikheid van volslae vervreemding wat die brief van die profeet Jeremia des te vreemder laat lyk, en ek sal nou probeer verduidelik hoekom ek sê, of hoekom ek in my nadenke dink, dat die brief eintlik vreemd aandoen. Want in sy brief, gestuur uit die verre Jerusalem, word die ballinge nie tot mobilisering en stryd opgeroep nie. Sy profesie, die visioen wat hy sien en wat hy aan hulle voorhou, gaan heeltemal die ander kant op. 'n Mens sou vir jouself 'n voorstelling kon maak van hoe die ballinge moes geskrik het oor Jeremia se boodskap en hoe sy woord hulle vervreemding in 'n vreemde land nog vreemder gemaak het. Dis soos om sout in die wonde te vryf of olie op die vuur te gooi. Of om 'n metafoor uit die landbou te gebruik, dit is soos om onkruid te plant waar die pes reeds ruig en welig staan. Men sou die boodskap van die profeet aan sy mense in Babylon soos volg kon verwoord. Hy sê vir hulle, al soekende, al biddende en al werkende, moet julle die hoop aanwakker. Daar is geen ander resep nie. Hier op die rand van die afgrond is daar iets wat hulle kan doen om die hoop weer te laat opvlam. Hulle hoef nie hulle self blind te staar teen beloftes van 'n nuwe dageraad terwyl dit stikdonker bly nie. Hulle hoef nie liedere te sing wat ander hulle voorsê om te sing nie. En hulle moet dalk allereers op soek gaan na hulle God wat hulle nooit sal begewe of verlaat nie. Dis nie hy wat van hulle af weggeloop het nie. Dis hulle wat agter ander gode aangeloop het. Hy, die God van hulle vaders en hulle moeders, is nie soos die groot klokmaker wat sy werk pragtig kundig afgehandel het en nou laat hy die klok daar om oneindig maar te tik en te tik en te tik terwyl hy die klokkemaker self eintlik niks verder met hy stuk horlosie wat hy gemaak het te doen het nie. Nee, God is die getroue verbondsgod wat by mense betrokke bly en handelend optree. Hy is die God wat ingryp om hulle lot te verander. Hy heil saam met hulle as hulle heil, as hy mense heil. en sy ingewande raak in beroering oor hulle lot. Maar dit hang ook bietjie af van hoe hulle na hom vra en hoe hulle na hom soek. Die wetenskap en die tegnologie kan ons maklik na gewaande sekerhede laat gryp. Ons kan onsself verlaat op die dinge wat ons self kan maak, self kan skep en self in stand kan hou. Miskien word ons nou, te midde van krisis wat deels deur COVID-19 op ons afgedwing word, maar grotendeels deur die onbesonnenhede wat in die land gepleeg word, veroorsaak word. Miskien word ons nou, midde in daai situasie geroep om op 'n nuwe manier na God toe terug te keer. Jeremia toon duidelik aan hoe ons moet soek, heel hartiglik. In die Ou Testament is die hart of die siel 'n metafoor vir 'n mens se totale menswees en bestaan. Om God dus heel hartiglik te soek, is om die hele wese soekend op hom te rig. En daar is natuurlik ook 'n wonderlike belofte aan so 'n soort soeke verbonde. God laat hom vind. God is toeganklik. God bevry. God laat mense terugkeer na die bekende weë en na die bekende plekke. Maar daar is nog iets. En dit is om te bid vir die plek waar hulle as ballinge hulle self bevind het. Bid vir daai plaas. Bid vir daai dorp of stad. Bid vir die land. Die profeet bedoel egter nie dat daar in die vaag gebid moet word nie, maar heel spesifiek dat daar om die shalom van daai plaas of dorp of stad of land gebid moet word, om die vrede van die plaas of die dorp of die stad of die land. En vrede, soos dit hier in die Ou Testament verstaan word, is 'n allesomvattende toestand van welsyn. Daarom moet ons ook nou as Suid-Afrikaners bid dat dit geestelik en materieel goed sal gaan met mense. Ons moet nou bid dat die dinge en die lewens wat deur omstandighede uitmekaar geruk en vervlenter is, weer aan mekaar geweef mag word. Daar spruit ook 'n logika uit voort, volgens Jeremia 29, 'n soort eenvoudige wysheid en pragmatiese werklikheid, naamlik dat die gerigtheid van die gebed is, as dit met Babel goed gaan, as dit met die plaas of dorp of stad goed gaan, sal dit uiteindelik ook met elkeen van ons goed gaan. Maar dalk is Jeremia se oproep aan die ballinge om ten behoeve van die einste plek van hulle gevangenskap met hulle gawes en talente te woeker, tog die vreemdste. Want hoe woeker jy nou met jou talente en gawes? Hoe werk jy nou vir die welsyn van 'n plek waar jy vervreemding ervaar en waar jy amper half voel asof jy in ballingskap verkeer? En tog is dit sy instruksie, dit is sy opdrag half, dit is sy droom, dit is sy visioen, dat die einste ballinge waar hulle bevind, sal woeker, sal werk vir die welsyn van Babylonië, vir die welsyn van die stad Babylon. Hy sê dan ook vir hulle heel konkreet, en dis miskien bietjie deel van die humor van hierdie gedeelte, dat hulle met al hulle moontlike talente moet woeker, dat hulle kinders moet kry, en dat hulle kinders op hulle beurt kinders moet kry, dat hulle kleinkinders moet kry, en dat hulle op daai manier by mag dra tot die welsyn van Babylon. Want jy sien, wie kinders kry, glo aan die toekoms. Wie kleinkinders het, koester hoop vir die toekoms, omdat kleinkinders, en 'n mens praat hier maar bietjie uit ervaring, 'n nuwe lewensasem bring. Kleinkinders gee 'n nuwe lewenslus. Kleinkinders bring 'n nuwe motivering om ter wille van hulle toekoms nie boedel oor te gee nie, maar om vas te byt en Suid-Afrika 'n leefbaarder plek vir alle mense te maak. Ek is byna aan die einde van my boodskap, maar ek wil dit nog aan u voorhou. Hulle moet bou en verbou, sê Jeremia. Hulle moet bewerk en plant, sodat daar kos kan wees vir hulle self en vir ander. Die mense ervaring met COVID-19 en die staat van inperking was juis die besondere manier waarop boere gesorg het dat mense nie van honger vergaan nie. Daar's pragtige voorbeelde van oral oor in die land. Ek dink hier in besonder aan die voorbeeld hier uit my eie omgewing oor hoe boere uit die kameeldrif distrik wonderlik voorsien het in kos, groentes en vrugte, meel en wat mense ook al nodig gehad het om toe te sien, te sorg dat mense nie in hierdie land met sy kamstige oorvloed van honger sterwe nie. Want die eintlike diepte van Jeremia se brief aan die ballinge lê egter daarin dat hy vir hulle sê, as julle die dinge onderneem, as julle in opregtheid en met die hele hart na God vra, as julle bid om die shalom, om die vrede van die omgewing waarin julle bevind, maar veral dan, as julle ten spyte van alle ambivalensies, ten spyte van alle teenstrydighede, ten spyte van alle geregverdigde voorbehoude, julle tog werkend en woekerend beywer vir die welsyn van hierdie plek, sou julle daarmee die hoop aangewakker het. Dis God se plan vir julle lewens. Keer daarom julle ore af van diegene wat valslik leë beloftes maak of profeseë uitspreek oor hoe wonderlik goed dit binnekort sal gaan. Dit kan dalk heel wat langer duur as wat verwag word. Want die definisie van hoop is nie dat daar deur een of ander magiese werking of deur die aanwending van 'n towerstafie of deur kitsoplossings plotseling 'n nuwe situasie sal ontstaan nie. Om te hoop is om helder en duidelik te sien hoe na aan die afgrond ons gekom het, dat ons eintlik al op die rand van die afgrond bevind, maar om te weet dat ons op die laaste nippertjie nog, soos brandhout, uit die vuur gered mag word. Hoop is om deur die nevels heen, deur die donkerte selfs, al iets te gewaar van die glinsterende môrester. Dit is God se plan vir u as boer, vir my as Suid-Afrikaner, vir die hele land. Baie dankie. Here God, kom laat ons saam bid. Dis vir u dat ons op hierdie oomblik buig. Ons kom vir u met lofprysing en aanbidding. Ons hele wese vra en soek na u. Ons harte verlang na u. Staan tog nie toe dat ons te vergeefs na u sou vra nie. Skenk ons u genade en vergifnis. Skenk ons die moed om hier en nou, terwyl ons die gapende afgrond aanskou, die hoop aan te wakker, deur steeds met oorgawe te woeker en te werk. Steeds ootmoedig in gebed voor u te kom, te bou en te plant, op te bou en te versterk, sodat daar vrede mag wees. So bid ons tot U in die naam van Jesus onze Here, Hy wat sy eie liggaam laat skeur het, sodat ons een kan wees. Hy die klein boer en landbouer by uitstek. In sy naam bid ons dit. Amen.
Professor Botha, baie dankie vir u boodskap van hoop, van samehorigheid, van eenheid, van die rol wat landbouers speel in ons land, dat ons saam moet staan, dat ons moet bid vir 'n beter land, dat ons ons bydrae sal maak. Dis 'n betreffende boodskap gewees vanoggend. Baie dankie daarvoor. Ek kan u verseker dat almal van ons het gehoor. U boodskap sal regtig invloed vind by almal van ons en baie dankie vir die moeite. Ons gaan dan ook vandag nog luister na die Tygerbergse kinderkoor vir 'n volgende lied. Baie dankie. Kongres, voorwaarlik wonderlike sang. Die stem van kinders. En die mooie manier wat hulle kan sing, gee vir ons regtig ook hoop. Het pas so baie goed aan by professor Botha se boodskap aan ons vanoggend. Ons kom nou by die konstituering van ons kongres. Ek wil graag vir Alwyn Skols, ons maatskappysekretaris, vra om die konstituering vir ons te doen, selfs sowel as orde reëlings wat daarna volg. Baie dankie, Alwyn.
Dankie meneer die voorsitter. Die kongres is belê in terme van die konstitusie van Agri SA en kennis is daarvan gegee rondom tyd en plek. Al die geaffilieerde lede het 'n lys ingedien, volledige lyste ingedien van hulle afgevaardigdes voor die kongres. Daar was 'n beswaar ontvang voor die kongres rondom die konstituering, maar dit is hanteer en dit sal verder op direksievlak ook hierna aangespreek word. Ons het kennis gekry van wysigings van afgevaardigdes wat ek net gou sal voorhou. Meneer Jacques van Rensburg van Vrystaat Landbou word vervang met meneer A.J. Steyn. Meneer Jim Bredekamp van Agri Noord-Kaap word vervang met Brand de Tooy. Wilco Fourie van Agri Noord-Kaap word vervang met Johan Skols. En 'n nuwe persoon, meneer MP Kiklana van die Trinto Foundation kom by namens die korporatiewe kamer en op die program was ook aangedui dat GWK 2 stemme in die korporatiewe kamer, hulle gaan egter net 1 stem hê en die stemgeregtigde is meneer P.J. de Klerk en nie N. de Klerk soos wat van tevore aangedui is nie. So daarmee ag ons dan die vergadering behoorlik gekonstitueer. Die president meneer Peer van Kuil tree op as voorsitter van hierdie vergadering en het gevolglik die mag om die vergadering verder te reël en die orde te stel vir verloop van sake. Wat dit betref verder ons het net dat melding dat ons het 'n behoorlik gekonstitueerde vergadering dat ons 'n quorum het teen 9:00 vanoggend toe ons die registrasies nagegaan het dit op die stelsel aangedui dat 135 van die afgevaardigdes het ingeteken. Met ander woorde, ons het 'n quorum teenwoordig. Die lys van genomineerdes soos ontvang tot op datum sal ons elektronies op die skerm vir julle beskikbaar maak dat julle kan sien wie is tot op datum genomineer en vir watter posisies. Wat die stemming betref, die konstitusie verg dat ons die nominasies oophou totdat ons oorgaan tot stemming toe en ons sal dit dan dienooreenkomstig ook doen. As gevolg van die logistiek wat vanjaar betrokke is by die kongres, omdat ons die virtuele formaat het, gaan ons egter moet 'n bietjie afwyk met toestemming van die voorsitter, bietjie moet afwyk van die stemprosedure. Op die program was dit aangedui geweest dat ons eers 1:00 vanmiddag daarmee sou begin. Ons het die ouditeure wat die verifikasie van die stemming hanteer het egter gevra as gevolg van die logistiek dat ons 'n bietjie vroeër begin, so almal word gevra om asseblief ingeskakel te bly sodat hulle kan kennis kry dat wanneer ons wel tot stemming sal oorgaan, dat hulle die geleentheid mis nie. En ek dink tussen kort en lank die posisie waar ons is, meneer die voorsitter, ek weet nie of daar enige verder vrae is nie.
Baie dankie, Alwyn. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for Mr. Phineas Gumede, our Vice President, to do the official welcome. Thank you, Phineas.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christo. Good morning, Jaco. Good morning, all the participants in this Congress. It is a great honor to do the word of welcome today at this first ever virtual Congress. All delegates and other representatives of our affiliates, all sponsors of the Congress, and especially Tony Esmeraldo, CEO of Cotiva, our diamond sponsor. Business partners of Agri SA and the Agri Securities Trust Fund. Also our speakers, Brandon de Kock, Y5, Dan Hennessy, Landon Lakes International, as well as Sandy Lamarck, CEO of KwaZulu-Natal Agricultural Union, Guanalu. A word of welcome to former President Yape Grobler and Mr. Khalid Latif, the General Manager, Corporation Strategy and Communication of Total SA. also joining us online today. A representative of Yara Africa Fertilizer, who made a huge donation towards Agri SA surplus food campaign. A special word of welcome to all our newly joined corporate members at their first Agri SA Congress today. Welcome to all representatives of various media houses. Thank you for your interest in Agri SA's Congress. We look forward to positive, if I may repeat that, Chairperson, we look forward to positive and inspiring stories. Representatives of political parties and members of portfolio committees, representatives of other government departments and statutory bodies including the Land Bank, visiting agricultural unions, representatives from embassies, organized business, as well as from our business partners, representatives of consumer organizations, sponsors, exhibitors, as well as other guests. All protocol observed, please feel welcome. We appreciate your presence today at this Congress. I thank all the sponsors, and I want to refer you to their logos and messages in the Congress program. I urge you to take note of the digital catalog on the digital platform with our sponsors' details, and encourage everyone to visit their website as well as their social media platforms. It is very important for agriculture to associate itself with companies such as those that are willing to support Agri SA. And I would love to mention the sponsors, but without wasting time for that, Chairperson, I think at the end of my welcoming remarks, I'll give an opportunity for this short video of our sponsors. But having said that, I would like to extend a special word of thanks to our partners, namely Toyota SA, Young Farmer Competition, Fertility ADT, Vodacom, Total Agri Engine, Agri Securitas, Sonfin, Nissan, Craftsman Call for the loyal support provided to Agri SA and the Agri SA Securitas Trust Fund received in the past year. Finally, Chairperson, I would love to pass my commendable remarks to the organizers of this event. I therefore thank Agri SA management, especially you, Christo, and the team for the job well done through the team spirit, which has resulted to this prosperous Congress. Thank you all once again. Please feel free to participate. Thank you so much. As mentioned earlier on, Chairperson, I'd love to give this opportunity for our sponsors' short video that will follow just now. Thank you.
Kongres, dis nou my voorreg en tyd vir die presidentsrede en daarom gee ek dan die voorsitterstoel oor aan Jaco Minnaar, wat dan u vrae daarna indien daar enige sal hanteer en die stoel waarneem terwyl die rede gelewer word. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie Pierre. Goeiemôre ook aan elkeen van my kant af. Baie welkom en baie dankie dat u tyd en moeite gemaak het om by ons in te skakel vandag. Ons het gister die bestuursaangeleentheid of die bestuursverslag hanteer van Agri SA baie op die bestuursaspekte gefokus en ons wil dan graag vir Pierre dan geleentheid gee om bietjie vir ons 'n strategiese oorsig te gee binne sy presidentsrede en dan ook bietjie vir ons van die hoop te gee waarvan professor Botha gepraat het. Pierre, ek gee dan oor vir jou presidentsrede. Dankie.
Goeiemôre Kongres. Vandag is definitief die afgelope 2 dae is definitief iets nuuts vir die boere van Suid-Afrika. Dit is 'n nuwe manier van kongres hou en dit is sekerlik ook die teken van verandering wat plaasgevind het as gevolg van COVID-19. Omdat ek nie kan sien met wie ek almal praat nie, wil ek sê dat alle protokolle is in ag geneem en dat ek graag met u vandag wil gesels, nie net wat in die jaarverslag staan nie, maar bietjie vorentoe wil kyk. Die pad van landbou vorentoe is sekerlik vol uitdagings en vol klippe. Dit beteken sekerlik dat 'n mens baie maklik moedeloos kan raak en dan gaan jou kreatiwiteit ook weg. As ons daarna wil kyk en ons wil praat daaroor, dan is daar 2 aanhalings wat vir my belangrik is. Socrates said, "The secret of change is to focus all our energy not on fighting the old, but building the new." Dit beteken dat 'n mens moet proaktief wees en proaktiwiteit in landbou bring risiko mee. Maar in die tydvlak van ons land en landbou in Suid-Afrika is dit absoluut belangrik dat ons proaktief moet wees. Die volgende aanhaling, het pas dan daarbij om te sê, good collaboration is when you are willing to sacrifice and throw out your view for something that is more cohesive. Hierdie aanhaling kan maklik mense se hare laat regop staan van ongemak. Want dit klink of ek sê dat alles onderhandelbaar is, wat byvoorbeeld nie so is nie. Ons kan nooit wegstap van privaat eiendomsreg nie, want dit is die bousteen van goeie ekonomie en die bousteen van landbou. Maar wat beteken dit dan? Dit beteken dat ons na mekaar moet luister en dat ons strategieë moet volg, dat ons die prosesse vorentoe op so 'n manier plooi dat dit tot voordeel van landbou is. Daarvoor moet ons na mekaar luister om daardie beste strategieë te kan ontwerp, te kan implementeer om sodoende privaat eiendomsreg te hou. Die na mekaar luister is een van die moeiliker dinge, want dit kan maklik ontaard in wantroue. Om dit reg te kry, gaan groot leierskap en georganiseerde landbou vereis. Nie net by Agri SA nie, maar van die laagste vlak by ons landbouverenigings, deur die prosesse van ons provinsies en al die pad tot by Agri SA. Dit sluit ook die kommoditeite in en dit sluit ook die korporatiewe kamer se lede in om te sê dat ons sinergie moet kry om hierdie reg te kry. As ons na hierdie aangeleentheid kyk en dan sê vir myself, waaroor gaan georganiseerde landbou dan? Dit gaan daaroor dat ons die uitdagings wat ons moet bestuur, wat soms buite ons beheer is, tot voordeel van landbou wil plooi en ons boere in posisie plaas om op hulle plase te bly. It's not only what we do, but also what we do not do, for which we will be accountable. Our work in organized agriculture has 4 basic characteristics. Namely, we must concern ourselves with the crucial issues which are central to our success. We have to advance Agri SA's mission. We enable farmers and ensure its long-term welfare. And when we talk about enabling farmers, we're talking about all farmers. We're talking about smallholders that farm, that make a living out of farming. We're talking about family farms. We're talking about corporate farms. So we have to be involved with agricultural development. We have to understand that we have to be accessible and accountable to all farmers. We must be driven by results and by a timetable. We must have clear measures of success. We must engage Agri SA's internal and external constituencies. Easy to answer who the internal constituencies are. Those are the farmers through our provincial structures, the commodities through our commodity organizations, as well as the corporate members that are all involved in the agricultural value chain. We have to understand furthermore that I want to use a practical example of collaboration. During the past few months, the whole issue of the export of live sheep and live animals from South Africa was in the news for quite a while. The farmers of the Eastern Cape, under the leadership of Agri Eastern Cape, recognized a new market for sheep as well as cattle. But those exports will have to be live animals, and they brought this to the commodity chamber to be able to negotiate amongst ourselves and all the stakeholders whether this was something that we should pursue. Now we're talking about collaboration. It is also a fact that this was not an easy road. Our commodity chamber, where the different commodities had to listen and decide what the impacts would be on commodities that had nothing to do with the red meat industry. It also had the result of court cases, because we were in a position of conflict with the national SPCA. We had to convince people and stakeholders that the ships that were used were of the right standard. We also wanted to send a delegation over to Dubai and the Emirates to see what our animals would look like when they get off that ship, because nobody has had the experience of transporting live animals over the equator. COVID-19 actually restricted the traveling arrangements of our delegation to be able to go there to see what it looked like. So the ship was inspected to verify whether this was compliant to OIE standards, which it was. Those animals were transported and loaded, and we're looking forward, as far as the enabling of farmers are concerned, for a new market that will make sense, and also not only for the Eastern Cape, but also for the Southern Free State, as well as the Western Cape. It's creating opportunities for farmers, for new farmers, developing farmers, and the last ship had already 20% of sheep from those farmers. So we're looking at empowerment too, and enabling of new farmers. If we look at it and we analyze it a bit further, The quality of those sheep and cattle is also being looked at it, as well as extension services. Because this means that new rams, the genetics must be looked at to be able to help our new farmers to produce cattle and sheep that the consumer wants. Now, if we as farmers look at this and we say, okay, this was now truly enabling of agriculture for new farmers, creating market for existing farmers, giving us the opportunity to collaborate with each other, and in such a way to build our country to new heights. Another example is also safety and security. Almal in Suid-Afrika is verskriklik bekommerd oor die gevalle van plaasmoorde, kriminaliteit in die breë. Ons het in die laaste paar maande het Tommy Esterhuise en Kobus Visser reg gekry om hierdie op 'n baie goeie manier onder die aandag van die regering te kry. Die geleentheid om saam te werk, om te kyk na die probleem, dat daar spesiale aandag aan gegee word, en ek wil hulle gelukwens vir die groot poging wat aangewend is. This also applies to the Eastern Cape, as far as we talked about the sheep and the live transport and new markets. Again, the President of the Eastern Cape, Douglas Stern, Vice President Peter Kloete, the staff at the Eastern Cape, Brent McNamara, and other people made a massive contribution towards making this possible. This is how we collaborate to make things work for agriculture. The land issue is another thing that comes to mind, another very important issue. During the last year and before, this whole issue of expropriation without compensation was big news. Parliament is discussing it, there's been debates, there's been public hearings. Everybody has had the opportunity to make a contribution towards this, whether our constitution should change or not. We believe in Agri SA that we have a contribution to make, in the sense that we have to, if we want to keep private property rights, we'll have to become part and parcel of a system that will make new farmers possible for new farmers to enter a business that is capital intensive, it's technologically intensive, it's management intensive, but we have to be able to make opportunities for new farmers to enter agriculture. Therefore, we have a new company called Agri SA Enterprises, Pty Limited. This company is going to be involved in empowerment, because empowerment is a business term. It's not only social empowerment, it's also economic empowerment. And that we farmers in South Africa have a contribution to make it work. It does not fit into a business of interest, because it involves large amounts of money and it involves different skill sets that is not available in the traditional business of interest structures. It also meant that we had to devise a new structure, and this is then Agri SA Enterprises. Agri SA Enterprises has been involved during the past year, specifically with the Motsepe Foundation, in the whole issue of how can we actually make agriculture work in communal areas. The focus then is on development. And as I said in the beginning, this is also enabling of farmers. We have to be in a position that we can focus, that we can devise systems to make this a reality. Because if we are not successful in that, we will put our position of private property rights in danger. We must have, for new farmers, the same wants and the same needs as all other farmers in South Africa. I must say that I want to thank Omri van Zyl, who was the Managing Director of Agri SA, for his choice to take the risk to be the new CEO of Agri SA Enterprises. There is nobody in South Africa that is doing this specifically. And our business, Agri SA and Agri SA Enterprises, is to make this possible. And of course, there is a lot of risk involved in it, and that we will also look at joint ventures in the outside the traditional communal areas, as well as joint ventures inside. We'll have to make use of our commodities as well as our corporate members to assist. We will have to make these projects bankable. We must put our farmers and our members in a position where they can actually make a contribution towards agricultural development. Now, if we look at what happened in the sheep industry, of the export of sheep, you can understand that this is much more difficult. But we do not have a choice. We'll have to make this work, and we are going to make it work. We are going to collaborate with our primary constituencies, which are the farmers. We're going to keep them up to date of how this is going. We'll have to collaborate with government so that they have confidence in what we're doing or what we're trying to do. And that means that we will have to be absolutely open of our strategies of how we're going to do this. It must be measurable. There must be a timetable, and we'll have to look at how we are going to make this definitely work. Now, it's a daunting task because in the last 100 years, not many successive governments could not get this right. So it's become part of the agricultural sector, the primary agricultural sector, and all the stakeholders that are involved in it to be able to make this right so that we can move forward. I also want to congratulate Christo van der Rede, who's now taken over the job of Managing Director of Agri SA. We wish him luck. We are going to work together. We are going to work together with Agri SA Enterprises. We are going to make a very concerted effort to make sure that through the value chain that Agri SA makes a contribution towards the solving of this whole issue of the entrance of new farmers into agriculture. Lastly, I would just to say there's something else. We need spiritual guidance too, because to do this is not possible just for men and women with all our weaknesses. In Exodus 18, verse 21, the following is said: "Select from all the people some capable, honest men who fear God and hate bribes. Appoint them as leaders." Ladies and gentlemen, it's important that we heed this and that we understand our future is dependent on how we are going to collaborate and work with each other through the value chain to be able to make this a reality. If we wanted to put a time frame on it, we'll have to do it in the next year. We'll have to be confident that we can come forward with plans and strategies that will make all this possible. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm sure that this coming year we'll have a good one. We farmers always say that the next year will be the best. This one is going to be the best, not only as far as primary agriculture is concerned, but also to answer the question, the most important question in South Africa in agriculture. How are we going to make it possible for new farmers to enter agriculture in a successful manner. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to address Congress. Thank you very much for listening to me. Hopefully we will be able to solve this problem this year. We have to do that on behalf of farmers as well as our country.
Baie dankie Peer, ook vir die gepaste boodskap van hoop wat jy vir ons gegee het. Dankie vir 'n baie volledige verslag en strategiese visie vir Agri Suid-Afrika. Maar Peer, van ons kant af wil ons jou dan ook bedank vir die leierskap wat jy geneem het op 'n moeilike tyd in landbou en op 'n moeilike tyd vir Agri Suid-Afrika ook. En toe raak dit net nog moeiliker met COVID en alles wat daarmee saamgaan. So Peer, baie dankie vir die leierskap wat jy dan ook toon en die leiding wat jy dan ook toon binne ons organisasie om ook vir ons te wys waartoe behoort ons te gaan, wat behoort ons te doen. Kongres, dis ongewone omstandighede. Ons kan nie amptelik vra om die verslag goed te keer nie, maar as ek kyk na die vrae, is daar net een wat ons waarskynlik dan in die finansiële gedeelte later vandag gaan hanteer. Die ander vrae is in ons jaarverslag saamgevat, so ons kan dit ook later hanteer. En dan wil ek graag voorstel dat ons dan nou aanvaar dit wat Peer vir ons gesê het in dit dan as die amptelike verslag van Agri Suid-Afrika vir die jaar wat afgehandel is. Peer, dan baie dankie en met dit wil ek dan graag die voorsitterstoel in jou terug oorhandig.
Baie dankie Jaco, baie dankie Kongres vir die geleentheid om julle te kon toespreek. Ek gaan dan die volgende punt op die sakelys is dan ook om vir Alwyn geleentheid te gee rondom die verkiesing van die president en wat daarmee saamgaan en dat hy verdere ordening sal tref. Dankie Alwyn.
Dankie Peer. Ek dink dit is redelik wyd gekommunikeer, maar net vir goeie orde sal ons net gou weer die proses net saamvat. As you're aware, a notice was sent out in terms of which the nomination process was detailed. As in the past, the vetting of the election is being handled on behalf of Agri SA by the auditors, which is the Aston Group, and in particular the partner, Mr. Henry Vandel, assisted by his team. And they are also supported in this by Etienne van der Vyver, who's the Chief Financial Officer of Agri SA. In brief, the process involved that you had an opportunity to forward via email the nominations to the two designated email addresses, which was Etienne and Clovilde. They then vetted the nomination, the secondment, and also the nominee, and also confirmed that it was accepted by the nominee, and also confirmed that the nominee complied with requirements set by the Constitution in order to take up the position. All of that has been done insofar as the nominations have been but were received up to this morning. Accordingly, and I think with everybody's consent, we will now proceed with the first part of the election, which is the nomination of the election of the president. And we will now formally close the nominations for president. Up to this point, we've only received one nomination, which is the current president, Mr. Pierre Verkoel. But we will leave it open now for another 5 minutes, just to confirm that there are no other nominations. With your blessings, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Alwyn. Ladies and gentlemen, then we're going to move on with our agenda. Die volgende aangeleentheid wat ons gaan aanspreek is 'n gespreksgeleentheid ten opsigte van COVID-19. Het die verbruikersgedrag verander? Wat beteken dit vir boere en die landbou, plaaslik en internasionaal? En Brandon de Kok van Y5 gaan ons toespreek hieroor. Ek wil graag net vir u sy CV voorhou. Brandon's career has been one of being a companion of games, as he says, playing around in industries as diverse as hospitality, music and art, to inventing, conferencing, research and publishing. He's a career writer, photographer and public speaker, and was editor of the Complete Golfer magazine for 8 years before taking up the position of group creative and content director for Ramsey Media Gateway car, etc., where he left in a huff in 2012 because they wouldn't listen. Together with his wife Nikki, he is also an internationally published award-winning cookbook author. He brings all the experience to bear in the context of consumer-based, consumer-focused marketing and communications consultancy called Y5. Insights where, together with his business partner Stuart Love, he looks for the stories in the numbers and that tries to present them like great rock songs. It's our opportunity to listen to Brandon. I think it's going to be very insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Brandon.
Well, hello, everybody, and good morning. Goeiemorgen, Morweni. How's it? I'm down in Cape Town, and just want to start off by saying, guys, it's a privilege to be here. I think we sit at an interesting time in South Africa, where agriculture and farming in general, obviously, it feels like we're at tipping points the whole time in our lives, and moments like this, when the community can come together and try and find solutions, try and find common solutions. Something like the Agri SA Congress, I think, it's a vital moment, and it's a privilege to be able to play a very small little part in it. So thank you for having me. So how can we help, or how can I help you today? Well, we're in the business of consumer insights. So consumer insights is a very fancy way of saying we try to get people to understand what the South African consumer is like. And every year we send out millions of invitations, and we get about 30,000 South Africans to answer a whole bunch of questions about what they like, what they don't like, what they buy, what they don't buy, what they eat, what they drink. A whole bunch of questions to try and understand the South African consumer. And we then take those insights and we go to back to South African businesses and companies, and we try to tell them a little bit about what's going on in consumers' minds, because most companies and most businesses know a lot about what they sell, but they don't really know much about the people that they're selling things to. So that's our job. And obviously right now, the big question on everybody's minds is, what is the effect of COVID? How has the lockdown, and more importantly, the actions that government has taken economically all around the world and in South Africa, what effect has COVID had? So I'm going to spoil the plot from the beginning and say, first of all, it is way too early right now to actually make guesses as to what the real effect of this is going to be on the consumer. I've got some thoughts that I'll share with you in this presentation about where we think things are heading. But anybody who tries to pretend they know what's happened already is kidding themselves. These effects are only really going to show much later on. But what I can tell you for absolute sure is that we're of the opinion that you need to frame this whole thing in the right way. COVID didn't create anything. That is not the right way. COVID has not created anything. It's a little bit like the example of people getting the context of things wrong. We had a chat with somebody the other day in Germany, and she took one look at me and she said, look at what's happened to you. You're like all these other men who've used this as an excuse to grow your hair and grow your beard. And I went, it's crazy. I didn't grow it. It grows. You don't grow a beard. This is actually what I look like. For the first time in 20 years, my wife actually knows what I look like. So we need to frame things correctly. Otherwise, the questions and the answers get pretty murky. So with COVID, here's all that COVID has really done. COVID hasn't created anything. It has simply shown and exposed existing weaknesses. On a medical level, they talk about comorbidities. So, if you have diabetes, if you are overweight, you've got more chance of succumbing, of being very vulnerable. So COVID didn't create those. It's simply taking advantage of those opportunities. And what we've been working on as a sort of a theory and a framework from the beginning of COVID and of lockdown was to try and understand how that comorbidity issue works with brands and industries and societies and social groups. I don't think it's a mistake that the Black Lives Matter issue boiled over in America and then around the world. I don't think that the strikes that are happening around the world are a coincidence. I think COVID has exacerbated pre-existing conditions. So exacerbated meaning it has made a pre-existing bad situation even worse. So that's the context. And if we're trying to work out what questions to ask here or how we should sort of look and understand South Africa, we need to start with the question that is my first slide. What does South Africa really look like? And there are many ways of looking at South Africa. You can look at it as a map. You can look at it, I'm sure you guys often look at rainfall maps. I hope you are with the droughts that are going on. This is the way that we look at South Africa. The landscape of South Africa for us is very interesting when you talk about income. Because when you talk about who's earning the money and who's spending the money, you start realizing who holds sort of the consumer power in South Africa. This is the South African income pyramid. So right now, South Africa earns about 2.7 trillion rand a year. And what this pyramid shows is the breakdown of households and where the households sit in this income pyramid. So the first thing that you can see is that obviously this is what the classic, what you're looking at is the Gini coefficient. When people talk about inequality, this is what we're talking about. The bottom 70% of all adults in this country live in households earning under 10,000 Rand a month. Bottom 70%, so 7 out of 10 South Africans. It's a lot. It's 28 million people. It's close to 30 million people this year by estimates. Then in the middle, you've got this amazing middle class. It's grown massively in the last 10 years. It's about 9 million people. And they live in what we call the middle class, so between 10 and 40. And then right at the top, you've got this tiny little group of 5%, only 5% of South Africans who live in households earning 40,000 Rand a month or more. It's not a lot of people. When you add the top two triangles together, you get 30% of our population live in what we call middle class and up South Africa. It's about 12 million South Africans. And what's important, obviously, is that the overwhelming majority of those, the middle class and up in South Africa, are a previously disadvantaged group. This is not, there are only, I think, there are 4.5 million white people left in this country. There are only 2 million of them who have jobs. What you're looking at the top of the triangle is the great untold story of this country. It's a massive success story in the growth and diversity of the middle class and the top end. What we do at BrandMap and the work we do is to try and understand these two top pieces of the triangle, because, as my next slide will show you, there is a huge discrepancy in the amount of money that these people earn. So that bottom 70% earn about 400 billion Rand a year. The middle class earn 900, and that top 5% earns more than 50% of all the income in this country. That means that they not only earn it, but they spend it. So we believe that this top end of the triangle is massively, massively important. Apart from anything, on a social and on a sort of a power and influence level, it's those people who are going to create the businesses and create the opportunities that will drag the rest of that 70%, hopefully, higher and higher up the triangle. It's worth obsessing about that top 30% and making sure that everything that works there works as well as it can. Because, as my next slide shows you, there is a very huge implication for the country. So you might have read some of this stuff before. I can only show it to you as a fact, as the closest thing to a fact that I can find from government. Every year, the Treasury Department has to issue a report to Parliament. So the SARS get up at the beginning of the year and they tell everybody what they think will happen. And then at the end of the year, the Treasury Department stands up and tells us all what actually happened. And you can go and find this chart for yourself. Effectively, all it does, don't worry about the actual numbers. I just put it there to prove to you that I'm not making this up. what that chart shows you is that there are about 7.6 million South Africans who actually pay tax in this country. So out of the 40 million adults, only 7.6 million pay any tax. But crucially, when you look at the top 2 million people who have jobs in this country, they're paying 82% of all the personal tax. And personal tax is the biggest slice of the tax pie. So we believe these are massively, massively important people, and it's the basis of everything that I can show you today. I can't really talk about the bottom of that pyramid. Obviously, there are quite a lot of those people who are on social grants, somewhere between 12 and 15 million of them. There are 12 million of those people who go to bed hungry every night. And somebody needs to try and help them, and it's only going to be helped if that top part of the triangle is robust and active and economically active. And I really do believe that, that it's important that we understand that picture of this country. So that's the first story, the first picture of South Africa. My next slide will show you a slightly different map of South Africa. So every year, the Stats SA guys come out with the mid-year population estimates. The population of this country, as you know, has increased and increased. We're on about 2.5% to 3% a year. And that means that every single year there are just increasingly more people that you and your members need to feed. We definitely need to be making more food, not less, because there are more people, not fewer people. And here, for me, is one of the most fascinating aspects of South African society. We are one of the youngest countries in the world. What this map and this chart shows you is they've simply taken, it's a graphic representation where each bar on that chart represents an age group, an individual age group starting from 0 and going up to 70, whatever. And they've mapped the actual number of people in each group. So what you can see is that the number of people 79 and older is very, very tiny. The number of children of age sort of 10, 11 is massively high. And then you've got another peak at 29 to 30 years old. So there are more people who are 30 years old in South Africa than any other age category. What does this mean? Well, imagine that we had a totally stable society where the age groups were almost perfectly aligned. I look at this almost like the ocean, or as a sort of a lake top. That if everything was flat, so you had the same amount of people dying as were being born, and your population was pretty flat, things would be quite calm, calm and gentle. If things are the reverse way around, if you've got no young people being born, so if the left-hand side of that chart was a big dip, then you've got almost like a backwash effect. This is what's happening in places like Japan and Norway and places where there's just this massively aging population. In South Africa, we have a different thing. We have this massive youth wave, and it looks like this wave that's going to kind of just overwhelm everything else. And in fact, that process has already started. So we call it the youthification of South Africa, and it has a massive impact on the consumer market, because it means that our consumers, the vast majority of our consumers, are just a hell of a lot younger than in many other countries. If you flip to the next slide, I'll try and quantify that for you. 64% of the South African population is under 35. It's massive. If you compare that to other countries like America, the UK, and Italy, you suddenly see why age was such an issue with coronavirus. We specifically believe that countries like Italy were hugely vulnerable because of a very, very old population. And maybe it's one of the saving graces in South Africa is that we have a completely different shape. What does this mean? Well, it's super important because the difference between a young society and an old society is that young people eat more, drink more, buy more clothes, do more. They spend more. They are more economically active. Old people eat less, drink less, and do less. It's just a fact of life. And it's one of the reasons why people like Clem Sunter and some of the great thinkers in terms of socioeconomics will show you that figure for America and say that's why the dollar is so strong. The dollar is strong not because of policies and anything that presidents of America may try to do or not do. its economy is based on the idea that they're an incredibly young society. That 7% shift is massively meaningful. And we in this country have an opportunity to leverage that young population. If we can get it right and if we can create the right opportunities, we have a massive group of young people who are qualified, intelligent, eager, and ready to live life. And if we can somehow just leverage them and motivate them, boy, we're on a good wicket. So what does this mean as a sort of a global trend? Well, my next slide is a slightly controversial young lady. You might recognize her, Greta Thunberg. When this whole thing happened, where this young lady, for those of you who don't know, she very outspoken, a massive social media campaign, kind of global awareness for the environment, speaking as a young person, and making the argument that she is going to be growing up in a world that we, the older generation, have created for her, and that's not fair. She wants more of a say in it. I call it the Thunberg effect because I think that if you take what I've just shown you and you understand that the relative impact of young people on the world now compared to what it was in previous generations is just far, far greater. Young people do have the opportunity to change the world in their own way. It's a very different world we live in. And these children, we now have a generation, remember, who are going to grow up being the only example in the entire natural history of the world of being the young people in a species that has put itself at risk by protecting the old and the weak. It's going to be interesting to see how those kind of thoughts influence how young people grow up. But don't underestimate the effect of youth in this country. And all we got to do is find a way of mobilizing them. So my first sort of question for you today is, as I have on the next slide, is a simple thought. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could mobilize and motivate young people in this country to reconnect with the land, to reconnect with the food supply chain and with food security as a concept, and actually get them interested? If there's any marketing campaign I would encourage all of you to support, it would be to try and get young people connected back to food. I don't really know how we're going to do it, especially in a country where fast food and Americanized food is seen as a sort of an aspirational thing. Somebody would a McDonald's burger is far more impressive than a head of cabbage, or a head of spinach. But boy, if we could motivate these young people, I remember the day when I read that statistic about 30% of food, not finding its way from your hard work to the tables. If we're going to lose 30%, man, the governments of the world should really be doing something about that. And if young people could just find out about that rather than taking pictures of themselves in bikinis, it might change the world. So that's the power of youth. This youth thing is definitely, it's what we call a trend. But as I say in my next slide, just be wary of trends. Could I have the next slide, please? We've got to be wary of trends. So trends are, there's a lot of people who work in trends. Trends are, again, just a fancy way of saying, we know what happened before and we can see what's happening now. So where do we think this thing's going to go? But we get sort of a bit messed up in this world about trends versus fads. Fads are just pit stops along the way. Trends are general directions. So I'll give you a classic example of one of my favorite bad examples of this that has quite a big impact potentially on some of you. You may have heard about this vegan trend. So all over the news for the last year, maybe year and a half, is this idea that veganism is the next big trend. As you can see, I'm not a vegan. I'm afraid I'm a meat eater. I'm an omnivore. But it worried me that this obsession with veganism was asking the wrong question. So we set out in Brand Map this year to try and prove something. And my next slide shows you a simple question that we asked. Next slide, please. We asked the question, a very simple question, very non-committal, right? Which of these things are you likely to do in the near future? and we just put a fairly random bunch of things in it. These are all behavioral. It's good that 60% almost of people want to cut down on sugar. We've got some fairly high percentages of people saying, I want to improve my recycling and stuff like that, which is good. Almost 20% of people thinking that they drink too much. Boy, I wonder how they fared during lockdown. Anyway, so we asked a bunch of these questions, but what's missing from the slide is on my next slide, because we asked a very, very simple, two very simple questions. Do you think that you're likely to become a vegan? Do you think you're likely to become a vegetarian? Or do you think you're likely to be trying to eat less meat? And right there, you've got a great example of putting something into context, because veganism clearly is not the trend. The trend is a long-term trend of people wanting to eat a little bit more consciously, of wanting to eat a little bit better. In fact, the trend is that they want to eat less meat, not stop eating meat. A tiny percentage of people, 6% said vegetarian, and the 4% who said vegans all sit inside the 6% who said vegetarians. So around about 6% of people contemplating a vegan or vegetarian diet. Clearly, flexitarianism is the next big food trend. This will have an impact on us, I think, especially maybe not at the lower end of the market where people can't really afford to make these choices, but certainly at the top end of the market. I think we're going to see some fairly big changes in the next maybe 5 to 10 years about people's eating habits, especially if, thanks to drought and Chinese export policies, things like the price of beef start skyrocketing. I think you may well see this number go up and up. But the trend quite clearly is just less meat, not no meat. And that's a much better way of looking at the world if you're trying to strategize and work out, what to do to survive and thrive. So this flexitarianism, my next slide asks the simple question, what does that flexitarianism mean? What are the big global trends that we see? And it clearly is going to affect everything, all the way down to the very bottom of the food chain, the basis of society. What do we eat and what do we drink and how do we survive? Your business. This all comes down to this idea of a conscious consumer. You may, if you read any global trends, you'll see this word come up over and over, the conscious consumer. So conscious consumerism is kind of interesting. My next slide will show you a picture of a very simple example of how conscious consumerism has had a direct effect on the supply chain in this country. Almost 42% of people in our survey say that they regularly go and visit food markets. So this is this food market thing that's kind of, it's quite trendy and it's kind of hipstery. But what it really is it's hyper local. Now, obviously, this all collapsed completely during COVID. During lockdown, these markets were not allowed to open. I have it on. I spoke to the guys at the Runningsat City Farm in Cape Town's Granger Bay, and they said that they're almost back up to the level that they were pre-COVID, and they've only been open for just on a month. People are absolutely loving this idea of tapping into what they consider to be conscious consumerism. It's words like authentic and natural and local and committed. Again, what's important about this is I realize we're only talking about the very top of the triangle, but if you can imagine that those are the people who are really going to influence, they're sort of pulling the whole economy and everything else will follow them. So those trends that happen at the top end of the market are kind of interesting to understand, especially if you're playing in the realm of kind of what I'd call top-end goods or high-end goods. This concept of conscious consumerism is playing out all over the place. Some people are getting it right. Some people get it wrong. My next slide has a story on it that I picked up, I think it was on September the 30th, so a couple of days ago, a week ago. I thought this was hilarious that, in Ireland, Subway sandwiches. If any of you have been to America, you'll know Subway. There's huge implications of this because the bread that they use bread is tax-free, obviously, in most places in the world. But a definition of bread in Ireland is that it has to have less than 2.8 grams of sugar per loaf. And the Subway bread was sitting at somewhere like between 8 and 10 grams. So it's been reclassified as a pastry. So a Subway is not a sandwich anymore, it's a pastry, and it's taxed accordingly. So the prices of Subway sandwiches globally will go up by 25% unless they find a way of getting around it. So understanding that these conscious consumer ideas have real world implications, as Subway just found out, I think it's quite important to understand. This is a bit of a tipping point moment, perhaps, for some of these companies. They'll be looking at this going, wow, what are the implications for us? Which brings me to my next slide, my next point. How do we spot tipping points? What are we supposed to look out for in what we read and the discussions we have? And it's a little bit like going, at what stage do I have to worry about the weather? How much does the weather have to change before we go, it's changed forever? I remember when we were having the water crisis, which thank goodness in the Western Cape we're at 100% full again. But there was this moment where I think everybody went, wow, that's the tipping point. If we don't make a difference now, it's all going to go to hell. And we did. We managed to spot the tipping point and get around it. So my next slide puts an idea on the table. Next slide, please. It puts an idea on the table which is a little bit like the old idea of 80-20. I don't know if you know the 80-20 principle. It's a famous sort of marketing or behavioral model which says that you generally get 80% of your result from 20% of your effort. So you need to work out what that 20% is and put more effort into it. I think a far more interesting principle has been laid bare by COVID and by what's happened in the world lately. And I'm calling it the 60-40 principle. So it sounds completely, it almost sounds too simple, but it isn't. The idea is that a balance is obviously 50-50. And tipping points happen when 50-50 goes over the edge. But there's a moment in time where before you get to 50-50, something sits at 60-40, obviously. And if you can understand the 60-40 moment and see it before it happens, you'll start understanding where these things are going to tip over the edge and where they are maybe going to stay the same. So I call it the 60-40 principle. And from the beginning of COVID, as my next slide will show you, the most extraordinary thing happened. I was trying to track all these different stories from all over the world in all sorts of different ways. And the number of times that 60% or 40% came up was just absolutely extraordinary. Everything from the percentage of deaths attributed to diabetes as a comorbidity issue, to unemployment rates, to the degree to which things were over-reported, just look at it. It's just this barrage of 60-40 moments. And I think that 60-40 it's bear it in mind. If you're reading a newspaper or if you're listening to something on the radio and you hear that something's 60-40, take note, because either it means that something is sitting at 40%, and if it's going the wrong way, that's going to hit a tipping point soon, or it means that it's at 60%, which either means it's recovering or it means that it's gone over the tipping point. And we have so many instances of this in our data. If you go to the next slide, I'll show you a great example. In my biography that was kindly read out earlier, you might have noticed I was involved in magazines for many years. And we've always been very interested and worried about magazines, just as a category. And we found out 2 years ago that 40% of South Africans had stopped buying magazines. Earlier this year, when we were in field, we found that number had gone up to 46% of South Africans don't buy magazines anymore. That's just a warning sign. This thing's going the wrong way. And as my next slide will show you, we've seen the effects of this very, very quickly. Since the beginning of lockdown, we've lost 3 of the biggest magazine publishers in this country basically closed doors. Massive titles from Cosmopolitan to Drum Magazine. Fortunately, Farmers Weekly is okay. So this was a classic example. On our next slide, I'll show you that we've identified at least 4 different things that are going to fundamentally shift, we believe. So these are not specifics. These are in general. What are the big kind of shifts that COVID will bring along globally and specifically in South Africa? So the one at the top, obviously, the digital economy, obviously, with everybody stuck at home, 65% of South Africans being urbanized, you can imagine that the digital economy has just gone through the roof. The essential economy talks about this idea that we're all going to return to not spending as much on frivolous things and spending stuff on what we think is important. Again, food being at the top of that pile. The next one's relatively more important. It's this idea of the nest economy. How has being at home influenced our behavior as consumers? Will we be going out as much ever again? Will we eat more at home, have people round for dinner? The last one, though, is the most important. It's a very key point I'd like to leave, or hope you guys can leave this talk with, is this idea of a caring economy. I don't think that caregivers and nurses and doctors and people have ever been given so much love. And it worries me that farmers and the agricultural sector haven't been higher up in that hierarchy from the beginning of lockdown. But I do think there's a unique opportunity to use this moment of consciousness to try and tell people more about the role that agriculture and farming plays in our lives, and why in this new caring environment that we have, we should be giving a lot more emphasis to it. So let me just give you 5 quick 60-40 moments to think about and show you how this plays out in the consumer world, and some of which has quite a bearing on your guys' activities. So my first slide talks about the 60-40 principle. Can we move slides, please? The 60-40 principle at play when it comes to home ownership. So not land ownership. I'm not going to go anywhere near land ownership today. It's way too much of a hot potato. I love that Nando's ad, the Mzanzipoli, the Monopoly ripoff. Home ownership is in this country, it is a bit like Monopoly. It feels like very few people can actually afford to own a home anymore. And the people who own one tend to own more hotels and more properties. This is going to be an interesting thing as it plays out in this country. I think that property and the property market is just beautifully primed for some kind of massive overhaul and crisis within itself. Property just costs too much when only 42% of adults right now own their own home. The next slide is kind of interesting as well. It's a pity that it's only 60%. We asked the question, what keeps you awake at night? And 60% of adults say that crime is their biggest worry. Again, right now, I think if you took this survey at the end of COVID, I think in some of the rural areas, this number would be absolutely massive. In the urban areas, it would be interesting. Crime is down 40% in most of the cities. But the fact that the crime is a worry, again, plays into this idea of, I do believe that we as a society are ready for the right messaging, the right stories to be told, to tell us what we need to worry about and what we need to be concerned about. And there is an opportunity to do that. People are definitely concerned more now about crime than they were. My next slide again shows a level of care, right? So the question we ask is, how important is it for companies to give back to society? And this has changed radically in the last 5 years. If I go back 5 years, this number was sitting more like on the 40%. So we've reached a tipping point in this country about how important it is to consumers that companies give back appropriately. When I say companies, you might as well call it organizations, companies, brands, whatever. These people, consumers in this country, are highly attuned to the idea that you've got to give back. And if you don't, just look at that percentage of people who say they'll actively work against you. It's almost 1 in 5, 16% of people. So there is a general feeling in this middle class and up, the top section of society in South Africa, that we need to be making changes. My next slide talks about, on a similar vein, it talks about what these people believe is important. And by far, when we ask people which causes deserve the most support, these people who are highly educated people totally understand the value of education. Look how radical education is compared to something like food security, though. Only 12% of people ticked a box to say that they think food security is a cause worth supporting, worth standing up and shouting for. That picture clearly needs to change quite radically, you know. And my final thought on education is just an idea for you that the reason why I believe education, or we believe education is important, is because not necessarily it teaches you about history or when things happened or didn't happen. Being educated allows you to anticipate the result of your actions. Education is all about if-then. You, as those of you who are active farmers, will know all about if-then, you know. If you waste everything now, you've got nothing for the lean years. So we desperately need to support education, and that's number one. And number two, we need to do something about that percentage of people who think that food security is something that needs to be supported. My next slide, and my final parting thought for you, by far the most important slide that I'll show you today. When we started at the beginning, I said, what do we think is going to happen with COVID? That's the big question. It all is going to come down to a simple thing. How much money will anybody have left to even be a consumer? How many consumers will be affected negatively? So this question is how do you feel about your debts? And remember what I said, these are the people at the top of that triangle. They're paying 82% of the taxes. This is where 100% of the taxes, comes from. We need these people to be actively part of the economy and an active part. 40%, and this study came out before lockdown, 40% of these people said, I'm either nervous about my debts or I'm worried or my debt's out of control. They are definitely debt stressed. And the crazy thing is, the first piece of research that I've seen came out about this last week from TransUnion, who say that they think at the moment that 35% of South Africans may drop out of the middle class because of their debt, the COVID-induced debt. So this is something to really watch and worry about. When I say worry about, it's just understanding our ability to bounce back as an economy. There's no point in sticking our heads in the sand and thinking that everything's magically going to disappear and come right. So that's the glass half full. So my next slide is my final slide. I saw this story. I was wondering when I was putting this piece together, why is it that we've got millions of people all over the world cheering for health workers every night, and we don't have enough people cheering for the farmers? I mean, I know most of you live on places that are too far away to ever hear the cheering, but wouldn't it be nice? And why aren't more stories being told? And I found this, which ironically is on a Swedish website of all things. Farmers are the true COVID heroes. And the thought occurred to me, wow, wouldn't it change our world in this country if we could just get 60% of South Africans to tell this story? And if we did, my final parting slide for you is a simple and rather a childish idea, but I think it's a good one, that I think there is potentially my message for you, hopefully, is that if we can use this moment, this crucial moment in our lives, coming out of COVID, coming out of a lockdown, a moment when people and decision makers and people with some power and consumers with power are at a very heightened stage of their growth and awareness, we might be able to use this as a moment to highlight the value, the real value of agriculture and farming in the food chain and in society. And we may just have a fairy tale ending. And that is that. Thank you very much for having me, James.
Brandon, thank you very much. I can only say this, which is something that's hitting everybody hard. Firstly, the poverty levels in our country is going to actually take away the opportunities that should be there for we have a young population. We've got so many young people, the opportunities must be there for them. And the second thing that was, for me, very insightful is that we know that the consumer determines what the farmers must produce. And that the whole cycle and the whole value chain of agriculture to the consumer is extremely important for us to make a reasonable impact and an impact on the growth of our economy and producing the right products, the exportation of those products, as well as making sure that everybody in South Africa has some food to eat. thank you very much for showing us that we farmers sometimes sell ourselves short, in the sense that we don't make sure that the population of South Africa know what we're actually doing and how we go about it. The farmers of South Africa are really a resilient lot of people, hardworking people, and that includes our employees and everybody else that's involved in agriculture. We've got a country where 60% of the people are urbanized. The affordability of food is very important, and that we look at the value chain and we'll have to find the weak links and do something about them. It's also our responsibility to be involved in it. Thank you very much again. I think Christo has received quite a few questions. I'm going to give him an opportunity to pose those to you, and then we will move on. Thank you, Christo.
Thank you, Pierre. Brendan, thanks for a very insightful presentation. And it's very interesting, your last observation, that so few people all over the world are cheering for the farmers. And one would expect that farmers would be regarded as the true heroes. Even here in South Africa, farmers have contributed during the very strict lockdown regulatory period towards food aid and all kinds of other types of aid just to keep communities going. But this is a very interesting observation from Kathy. What she says is that, yes, young people are active in a lot of areas, in a lot of sectors. But what is happening in agriculture is just the opposite. What we see that we've got an aging group of people that are interested in farming, and not a lot of young people. And maybe young people are very active in social media, and because they're not interested in agriculture, that's why they do not actually grasp the importance of farmers in terms of providing food to the nation, and that's a trend all over the world. Perhaps what would you say, what can one do to get young people really interested in the agriculture sector and more young people interested in following a career in agriculture?
Yeah, look, it's an excellent question. And I mean, I can tell you there's a simple answer. The simple answer is that that people in general, but definitely the younger generations are worse in this respect, are so disconnected from the food chain. You know, when you live in cities now, there are young people who just have no idea where their food comes from. They haven't thought about it. They're not made to think about it. And that's where the education thing comes in. You know, I think we take it for granted that that everybody understands the food chain, that everybody understands that carrots aren't supposed to look perfectly uniform. You know, but we don't teach children that. So our children are increasingly, the urbanized child or the urbanized generation is just increasingly separated from the source of their food. And the answer lies, the cure. You know, we can put plasters on if we want, but the cure would lie in trying to change an education system to teach children about how connected they need to be to their food. Where does their food come from? So there are various projects that we know of in urban environments. Again, I'm only using Cape Town as an example, but something like the City Farm here. If you go and you look at the urban farming projects in places like Germany, I'm very au fait with what happens in Berlin. It's extraordinary. You know, every day there are children in plots of land all over the city of Berlin watching vegetables grow out the ground so that they understand as they grow up how important that farming sector is. We've done the opposite here. We've just, you know, we've uprooted all of the vegetable patches and put McDonald's there. You know, so children think that food comes from a plastic wrapper. And I think that really is that would be my solution, would be, let's put a long-term solution in play here and let's try and change the education system to teach children more about where their food comes from. It's vital. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Agri SA has a very specific role to play, and to make contact with schools and perhaps send little videos or send a seed pack to schools and get kids also involved in agriculture in some way or another. I think we live in a technology era where young kids are so obsessed with this technology tool in their hands. And even adults nowadays don't even chat to each other. Everyone is fixated with the cell phone at hand or the computer in front of them. And this is a dangerous path. I think we really have to disconnect ourselves from technology from time to time and focus on the real world that exists all over the show. So thank you very much. I think we have run out of time at this point in time. Pierre, back to you. Anything in addition?
Thank you, Christo. I think we most probably can forward other questions to Brandon, if need be, we've got lots of questions. Brandon, thank you very much. Very insightful. It also showed the responsibility we have as farmers. We've got a social responsibility too, to be able to make a success of our country. Thank you very much again. We've really enjoyed that. Ladies and gentlemen, now.
I hope you have a good conference.
Okay. Okay, Brandon, if you wanted to say something.
I just said it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me, and I hope you have a good rest of your conference, gents.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next bit of on our agenda is an advert that will be played before we move on to the next speaker.
After 100 years of insurance, you could say we've learnt a great deal about farming in South Africa and how to make it work. Whoever penned "You reap what you sow" couldn't have been more right. The hard work you put in, the partners you choose, and the research you do, this is what determines next year's harvest. Farmers do so much more than just farm these days. That's why we offer more than just insurance. With an in-depth scientific approach to protect what's most important, your crops and assets, we offer world-class support, advice, research and risk management, all resulting in a lasting partnership for growth. We partner with the best in the business, experts in their field, the men and women at the forefront of the industry. Our Santam staff members are well equipped with technical and agricultural skills to deliver the best solutions and advice. Our research farm, climatologist, crop specialists, actuarial department, dedicated underwriting staff, and almost a century of research and data continue to enrich the businesses of each and every farmer we work with. Their insight and experience has molded the way we work in the ever-changing South African farming landscape and beyond. With all of this specialist expertise, we're able to support and grow the industry for the better. The future of farming in our country matters a great deal to us, and a century of experience has taught us that sustainability is a skill that must be taught. We reward those who choose to be a part of the solution, help those who need to know more, and fund the minds that keep driving the industry forward. We're aware that experience doesn't come easy. The younger you start, the more likely you are to succeed. By teaching and encouraging young farmers, we're helping to ensure that the best practices and approaches are passed down to the next generation. We also believe it's our responsibility to ensure the safety and prosperity of the people who make a living from their farm, which is why we've implemented more than 50 training and development projects for municipalities around the country. We provide tailor-made cover for new entry farmers to become the commercial producers of the future. And with our specialized initiatives like our fire extinguishing cost cover and smoke alarm program that has prevented a number of fires, we're able to protect livelihoods around the country. Just like our clients, our work is never done. We know that transformation deserves all we can give it. From consumer education and youth development to supporting and growing new entry farmers, we want to ensure that the agricultural industry continues to grow for the next 100 years. With the combined experience and resources of Santam and our partners, we are able to look at a future filled with expectation and possibility. Through all of this, it's clear to see that the role of the farmer has changed. Today's industry is a fast-paced, high-tech environment run by multifaceted businessmen and women. It's an industry driven by technology and innovation from all around the world. Santam has and always will stay abreast of these advancements to lead from the front. This is why we offer the innovative, comprehensive insurance solutions you need for the future. Because the crops and animals you farm and nurture, the machinery and technology you use, the subsidiary companies and services that make up your farm, and the lifestyle you live because of it, all come together to create a one-of-a-kind business. No matter what you do as a farmer, no matter what the scale of your operation is, with our specialist insurance solutions and our never-ending dedication to the clients we work with, we'll keep your business running the good and proper way.
O MacDonald het 'n plaas gehad. E-I-E-I-O. En op sy plaas het 'n paar koeie gewy. Met 'n moe hier en 'n moe daar. En kuikens wat chirp en eende wat kwak. En die mee van 'n skaap. Met lote en vrugtebome wat oral groei. So het ou MacDonald 'n plaas gehad, waar hy boer soos boere maar maak. Met 'n perd en 'n ploeg, van vroeg tot laat. Maar die wêreld hou aan groei, met al hoe meer monde om te voer. En ou MacDonald weet, iemand moet voorsien. Hy gebruik tegnologie en leer van nuwe, beter maniere om te boer en bly op hoogte van wat die fabrieke beplan. En nou word hy elke dag wakker om vir jou en vir jou en vir jou te voed. Want ou MacDonald het 'n plaas en dis maar net wat boere doen. GWK, ons mense voed mense.
Kongres, ons is terug. Ek wil net 'n geleentheid gee vir Alwyn om 'n aankondiging te maak. Alwyn?
Dankie meneer die voorsitter. Soos vroeër aangedui, ons het die proses deurgesien vir die aanwysing van president. En daar was sedert vanoggend toe nou geen verdere ander nominasies anderster as die huidige president ontvang nie. En gevolglik is dit my voorreg om vir u baie geluk te sê met die heraanstelling, onbestrede heraanstelling as president van Agri SA.
Dames en here, baie dankie. Dit beteken vir my dat daar vertroue is, dat u my vertrou, eerstens, en dat ons 'n wonderlike span mense het by Agri SA wat saamwerk. Ek sal later meer sê. Ek wil heiliglik net sê baie dankie vir u vertroue en dat u my vertrou met die werk en dat die volgende jaar weer regtig uitdagend gaan wees en dat ons u sal ingelig hou presies hoe ons werk en u die geleentheid gee om kommentaar te lewer in verband met die rigting waar ons gaan, wat ek ook dan in my presidentstoespraak genoem het. Wees verseker dat u steun is absoluut belangrik, dat u besluitneming in verband met die toekoms van Suid-Afrika se landbou baie belangrik is, dat die impak wat dit gaan hê op ons volkshuishouding groot is en dat ons dit met groot verantwoordelikheid moet aanpak. Dankie dat u aan my die leierskap toevertrou het en ek hoop dat as ons dan volgende jaar weer by mekaar kom, dat u tevrede sal wees met wat afgelewer word deur nie net myself nie, maar die span van Agri SA. Ek wil net dan vir Alwyn geleentheid gee om 'n verdere aankondiging te maak voordat ons voortgaan met ons kongresprogram.
Dankie meneer die voorsitter. Die volgende stemming wat ons dus nou hanteer is die van eerste adjunk visiepresident. Daar is tans soos op die skerm aangedui 2 nominasies wat ons ontvang het. Ons gaan gevolglik dit vir nog so 10 minute ooplos en dan sal ons die nominasies bevestig en indien daar nog 2 nominasies, indien daar enige bygekom het, sal ons dit noem, anders sal ons voortgaan met die stemming vir die 2 genomineerde persone. Ek sal wanneer ons dit bevestig, sal ek u vinnig net weer deur die proses van stemming neem in die platform ensovoorts. So ek sal dit waardeer as almal wat nog dalk laaste oomblik nominasie wil indien, dit wil doen. Anders sal ons sodra die volgende spreker, meneer die voorsitter, klaar is, sal ons dan begin met die proses vir die verkiesing van die eerste adjunk visiepresident.
Baie dankie Alwyn. Ons gaan dan oor na die volgende spreker toe in die gespreksgeleentheid wat ons geskep het. Dit gaan oor landbou binne die internasionale arena. Pas voortdurend aan en floreer is die tema. Meneer Dan Hennessy, wat die visiepresident is van Land O'Lakes International, gaan vir ons hierdie gespreksgeleentheid lei. Ek wil net eers kortliks u voorhou wie hierdie persoon is. Dan is currently responsible for Land O'Lakes commercial operations in Africa, Canada and Latin America. He has been with Land O'Lakes for 14 years. Dan is currently the CEO of Villa Crop Protection, a crop protection company in South Africa, and Bidco Land O'Lakes, a joint venture with Bidco Africa Limited in Kenya. Dan's background is general management, operations, corporate finance, and treasury. He has an undergraduate degree in marketing and an MBA in finance. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to listen to what Dan has to say to us. Thank you very much.
So today we're very honored to have Dan Hennessy. He's the Vice President of Land O'Lakes International as our guest, talking about how international companies view agriculture in South Africa as well as Africa. And Dan has a very, very good career with Land O'Lakes, a very prestigious career actually. And he used to live here for 2 years. He enjoys Brian a lot. And he told me the other day he misses the weather as well. But we're going to talk a little bit about Dan's story and the Land O'Lakes story in Africa and in South Africa. So maybe, Dan, if we can start, perhaps just introduce to our audience and our Congress, who's Land O'Lakes, what do you guys do, and what makes you special?
Yeah, thanks, Omri. Appreciate the opportunity. So talking a little bit about Land O'Lakes, I've been with the company now for 14 years. Been part of various parts of the company throughout my career. What makes Land O'Lakes a little bit unique is we are a very large farmer-owned cooperative. So we're ranked on the Fortune 200 company. Our turnover is over $14 billion US per year. But we're still owned by the farmers and work on behalf of the farmers. And so that makes us a little bit unique. Our company's made up of 3 primary business units. We started as a dairy foods cooperative back in 1921. So next year we'll actually celebrate our 100-year anniversary, where we market about 13 billion hundredweights of milk on behalf of our members. We also have one of the largest animal feed businesses here in the U.S. And then our crop inputs, Winfield United, they do about $7 billion a year in turnover. We touch about half of the acres planted in the U.S. in one way or another. So very large presence in agriculture, all the way from planting seed to feeding our animals to putting consumer products on the shelf. So very unique company to be as large as we are, but yet still have that connection to the farm.
That's wonderful, Dan. So you still have that farmer connection. You're owned by farmers. Tell us a little bit about your strategy, just in terms of where is Land O'Lakes going, and how do you see the future unfolding for your cooperative as a major player in the world agricultural industry?
Yeah, so up until about, say, 2013 or so, we were essentially a domestic company. 98% of our business was done within the U.S. We had a little bit of export business. But at that point, we were looking around, deciding where we were going to look for growth. And one of the areas that we became focused on is our international growth strategy. And so We've identified 5 or 6 target markets in, Canada, Latin America, China, Africa were the primary focus markets. And in South Africa at that point was one of the targets that we identified early in the process. And so we began exploring partnerships here. And back in 2015, we did the partnership with Villa Crop Protection. And so I'm very excited about that opportunity. I've been very happy with it so far.
That's an amazing story, Dan. Just tell us a little bit about your experience in South Africa. I mean, you spent a couple of years here running Villa. I mean, how do you see South African agriculture and African agriculture actually in relative terms to what you guys are doing in the States? And how do you see the future of how it can unfold on the continent?
Yeah, no. Actually, I was there close to 4 years, so I had enough time to really understand the culture and get into it. Unfortunately, my Afrikaans didn't improve too much, but South Africa is an interesting place. I think when we originally did the transaction, we were thinking, this is an opportunity to bring a lot of the insights from the U.S. to Africa. And I think what we discovered and what we found is it's how advanced and sophisticated and creative and entrepreneurial and how determined the South African farmers were. And so I would say in the partnership so far, we've probably learned as much from South African farmers as we've brought to the table in terms of bringing some of our tools and capabilities. So that was really fun to see how really advanced South African agriculture is. And for us as a company, as we look to expand globally, South Africa was sort of we'll call it the landing point is from a broader Africa strategy. And so as we look to continue growth, we are going to be looking to expand north into different markets, but certainly view South Africa as a big hub going forward. So Dan, just in terms in the upper echelons of your strategic designs and your exco and how they view the continent, is South Africa or is Africa the next breadbasket of the future? I mean, how do you guys see that? Yes, as we look at it, I would agree with that statement. If you look at the growth rates in Africa relative to other parts, you look at things like the emerging middle class, as overall economics improve in the various regions and countries, we see a demand for, as we see, call it wealth increase, the demand for higher quality food sources is going to follow that increase in wealth. And so, that increase in demand is going to have to be supplied from the continent. And we think there's a lot of opportunity to bring modern technology, the latest cutting edge products and services to the market to really help the local farmers step up and meet that increased demand. And so over the, next 5 to 10 years, we're definitely looking at Africa as being probably the leading area of growth globally.
Thank you, Dan. And just in terms of your South African story and where you've come from, what do you think are the game changers that's going to shape agriculture globally and nationally? If you had to pick 3 of the major changes that you as a company see, what would those be?
Yeah, certainly, if you talk about trends in agriculture, everybody's talking about consolidation. I mean, with all of the changes that occurred in the last 3 years, that's a big trend we're seeing. Others are talking about digital and kind of the advent of all things digital. As I'm thinking about it, maybe I would look at it a little bit different and call out a couple key areas that I think are going to become more and more important. And really those 2 areas are all around insights and efficiency. And so maybe looking at insights a little bit. Here in the U.S. and in other markets, and certainly South Africa, it seems like there's a new, call it digital tool, a new app, a new technology. Someone's doing something different with drones. And so, there's this explosion of digital. And what we're seeing in the U.S. and certainly in South Africa is how do you turn all of that new information into insights? And so, and what I mean by insights is decision making on the farm using a data-backed model. As commodity prices stay low and the need for a return on investment continues to expand, that data and being able to make smart decisions with an ROI mindset is going to be key. And so it's really turning all of that technology into meaningful insights. I think that's one area where you're going to see a lot. And then the other thing is really on efficiency and specifically around supply chain efficiency going forward. As we all know, commodity prices have dropped as of late and continue to remain low, and we still see productivity improvements outpacing demand. And so in that environment, the need to become more efficient as an integrated supply chain is going to continue to be necessary in order to provide the level of service that the farms require to be able to deal with margin compression and lower costs or lower prices in the market. And so I think insights and efficiencies are really going to be the key things that drive us going forward. And certainly as a company, we're investing heavily in the U.S. on ways to get ahead of those trends and be in a position to do that. One of the ways in the U.S. we do it is through our answer plot system, because as we all know, new chemistries are going to be slow to the market. Regulatory costs have gone up, and so you're not going to see as much new stuff coming. And at the same time, on the seed and genetic side, those advancements are accelerating as well. So between the two, knowing what to plant on each acre or hectare from an ROI mindset is going to be critical.
Thanks, Dan. I don't think a lot of people actually know and realize the size and scope of what you guys do, just in terms of your partnerships with Nestle, etc. But I want to ask you back to South Africa. I want to ask you two questions. Apart from the buying part, what are the two things that worry you the most, and what are the two things that excite you the most about South Africa?
Well, I think from a concern, certainly some of the political instability is something that you do have to think about as you're looking to continue to expand investment and put more capital into country. And so that's something I worry about. What excites me most is the fact that South African farmers are able to, despite changes in climate patterns, despite droughts, despite all of the things going on, are stepping up and able to continue to produce food, to deliver at a high level. And so, I have full faith and confidence in the farmers that we will be able to continue to provide. And I look for us to be a key partner in that process, to be able to provide, the right products and the right services to help farmers be successful.
Wonderful. Thanks, Dan. Dan, last question from my side. Were you glad when South Africa won the World Cup rugby?
Oh, yeah. I was, for me, that was kind of a perfect timing to be in country when that happened, and was, out in the backyard yelling and screaming along with my neighbors. So that was a wonderful experience. And, I think you mentioned it before. I mean, I really do miss my time in South Africa, and it was unfortunate COVID kind of cut it short, but I can't wait to get back there at the next possible opportunity.
Wonderful, Dan. Just from an Agri SA point of view and from the whole Congress, we want to thank you and for Land O'Lakes and all the contributions you've made in South Africa and the rest of the world. We're really looking forward to seeing you again, and I promise you we'll have a braai and a beer when we see you again. Thank you very much.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Omri.
So what a wonderful opportunity to speak to Dan about Land O'Lakes, their international strategy, their local strategy, the stuff that they are doing for agriculture, and taking him from really a global position to shouting for our World Cup rugby team and, having a braai and missing South Africa. I think that's what makes us unique as a nation is we're a lot of warm people. And perhaps that's one message is to say, listen, we can win this World Cup and let's just go ahead and do it.
Believe in every farmer, big and small, those that are one with the soil, harvesting Africa's land, the land of our ancestors, to grow their business, communities, and feed our continent. Believe in the power of the collective, between farmers, communities, and government. Making smarter connections, sharing knowledge and expertise. The union of intelligence and innovation, integrity and commitment. Giving every farmer the confidence to get more out of the land. Believe in our potential. The possibilities of a green revolution. The chance to be greater than we are today. Believe that together we can go far. Believe in John Deere, a company that first believed in Africa, founded on integrity, quality, commitment, and innovation. A company that will always be linked to the land and all its farmers. Believe in greater.
Kongressiaals is weer terug. Voordat ons die volgende gespreksgeleentheid aanlê, wil ek net vir Alwyn 'n geleentheid gee om 'n aankondiging te maak. Alwyn?
Dankie meneer die voorsitter. Ek dink vandag gaan ek fiks word hier. Ons gaan nou oorgaan na die stemming van die eerste adjunk funksiespresident. Daar is 2 nominasies ontvang. En dit is meneer Phineas Komeni en Jaco Minnar. So ons gaan nou eerste keer die nuwe elektroniese platform ten toets stel. Nou ek word ingelig hoe dit werk is dat aan die onderkant van u skerm is daar 'n band wat daar verskyn. U moet klik op die band. Dit neem u dan na maak 'n nuwe oortjie oop. Verstaan is die regte Afrikaans. Maak 'n nuwe oortjie oop op jou skerm wat jy op moet klik. Dit gee jou toegang tot 'n ander venster bo op jou skerm en van daar af sal die skerm jou nou lei oor wat om te doen. Dit gaan aandui wie se kandidaate. Jy oefen die stem uit ook deur 'n klik te doen en die stelsel is so opgestel dat nadat jy die klik uitgeoefen het, maak hy outomaties terug en neem jou terug na die kongresskerm toe. Perhaps just for the participants in English as well, we will now proceed with the election of the first deputy vice president. We've received 2 nominations, which has been confirmed by the auditors as well, which is Mr. Phineas Komedi and Jaco Minnar. On the screen that you currently have in front of you, there should appear a tab or a banner at the bottom on which you must click. This will open a new tab on your computer screen, which you must also click on, but will take you to a different window, which is the window on which you will then exercise your vote. It should display the 2 candidates and it will give you then the opportunity to vote. The system has been set up in such a way that once you've exercised the vote, it would immediately close after you've done that and take you back to the screen or the window on which the Congress is being displayed. Ek dink dit is duidelik genoeg, voorsitter. Dankie. We will allow 20 minutes for everybody to exercise their vote. We appreciate the fact that everybody's got to go through the process. IT at every location may not be as efficient. So we will allow 20 minutes from now, which is round about, let's say we will allow until 10 to 12 for the election process to proceed, for exercising of the votes to proceed. Net weer eens vir al die kongresgangers, ons sal toelaat tot en met 10 voor 12 vir die uitoefen van die stemme deur die elektroniese platform. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie albei. Dames en here, ons is nou by gespreksgeleentheid 3, ons boere binne die nuwe landskap. Sandy Lamarck, die hoofuitvoerende amptenaar van KwaNalu, gaan dit voorhou en dan sal daar vrae en antwoorde wees wat gelei gaan word deur Mislali, wat hier langs my sit. I just want to introduce Sandy to you. Firstly, she is KwaNalu Chief Executive Officer. She's been in KwaNalu for the last 20 years. Most of her working career has been in the agricultural industry, which has given her an understanding of agricultural matters. She also has been involved in various facets of agriculture, including purchasing of raw material products, processing, cleaning and manufacturing, as well as the import and export of various seeds and grains. She's chairperson of the Agri SA Provincial Union CEO Forum and serves as vice chairperson of the Centre of Excellence Land, Agri SA. She also serves on numerous forums and boards, both provincially and nationally. Sandy, a hearty word of welcome, and we listen to what you have to share with us today.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Congress. Certainly a different way of holding our annual Congress. So I have the privilege of being able to share provincial perspective in the new landscape that we find ourselves in. So if I can just go to our next slide, just to look at some of the questions that I'm going to answer through the session. Where do we fit as a provincial union? What role does a provincial union play? And how does a province respond to the changing landscape that we find ourselves in? So on the next slide, we will see what our institutional structure basically looks like. I have simplified this, and we see that we have Agri SA, we have commodity groups, we have corporates and provinces. And as I said, it's my privilege today to talk about the provincial structure. And what makes us so unique in the province is that we have our farmers, our landowners, our associations, our unions, our commodities, our corporates, education, our universities, all sitting under one umbrella. And we find that this is where our leadership, our knowledge, our expertise, our strategic direction, our mandates, our governance, and our succession of leadership comes from. It comes from our farmers at local level, and it goes through all those structures until we get up to Agri SA. And at the end of the day, bringing us all together in the institutional structure is what we want to achieve, and that is that united collective power. So the question we asked ourselves, the next slide, is how does KwaNalu respond to this changing landscape that we found ourselves in? So back in 1997, we amalgamated with all farmers in KZN. We came under one umbrella, and it was a real visionary approach that our farmers at that time undertook. Our constitution, like Agri SA's, gives us our guiding principles. And during the last few years, we realized we had to evolve. The landscape, as we say, changed. So we then moved to a board of 7 persons where they are vested with the affairs of the union. But what we know is that the voice of our farmer, our member at a local level, is what is so critical, and that is what needs to come through all the time in our structures. So we created an advisory council, and you will see that our advisory council was then vested with providing the strategic direction, the industry-specific knowledge, our agricultural expertise, and it helps to inform our aims and objectives. And we did this to ensure, as I said, that that voice of our farmer comes through to our structures. Our constitution is relatively unique in the fact that we provide for equal representation of our members. So at our advisory council, for example, we have both one black farmer and one white farmer from every district in our province. We have commodities that are represented on our advisory council. So it gives us a really holistic and inclusive approach when we deal with issues as a province. We obviously are non-profits and a voluntary membership organization. And one of the things that we've always looked at is to say, how can we be progressive? What are those solutions that we can offer as a provincial union? So moving along to the next slide, there are 4 pillars that we have based our organization on. And everything that we do, we look to these 4 pillars: being informed, having that legal foundation, and ensuring that everything we do and that we put forward is economically and factually sound, that we work from a base of integrity that makes us credible, relevant, and integrated. And it allows us and it gives us that voice that makes us relevant and makes us want to be heard by relevant stakeholders. Professional image, being modern and progressive. I think today progressive is a word that we can use in terms of this Congress. But as a provincial union, we also need to look and ensure that we are professional in our approach, that our opinions are sought after. And very importantly is the socially and moral responsibility that we have as a provincial union, as local associations, and the compliance that we continually speak about across the board, and how we approach that as an organization. So then if we look at the next slide, we say as a provincial institutional structure, these are some of the things that we should be involved in, and I've just identified a few of those. As a structure, we can organize effectively and collectively. We can use our collective power, and that is that base that I spoke about a few minutes ago with respect to our farmers, our commodities, our corporates, our education institutions, all coming together as one. It provides us that collective voice that we have. We can act according to our mandates that our members give us at our Congress. And we need to be clear, considered influencers. I've used the word influencers because it's a new word, it's a new catchword that everybody uses today, but we have an opportunity to influence what happens around us. And we must not neglect that opportunity. And then lastly, we have, I think, the greatest opportunity. And during the presentations that have taken place already this morning, we've heard about driving and facilitating development and viable solutions. And as a provincial union, that's something that we have really pursued and look to see how can we make a difference. So if we look at our next slide, just to perhaps, and everybody knows what this changing environment looks like around us, but we know that we have a number of priorities that are dictated to us basically around social transformation, economic growth and transformation. And that puts us in a space that we need to say, how do we respond to those? Our operating environment has changed significantly over the past few years. It was just a few years ago, we had maybe 16 pieces of legislation that directly related to land issues. And as an organization, we have to continually ask ourselves, how do we inform our members? How do our members participate in that? The administrative compliance, sure, when we go and have a look at the last few months around COVID, the administrative compliance that our members have had to follow and meet has been so stringent and has really placed an extensive burden on them. But that environment has to be addressed. And how do we make it easier for our members to do what they need to do, which is produce the food for this country? And how then do they participate in that space? An interesting fact is membership. And, it always used to be a traditional conversation that farmers were always members of their local farmers association, of their provincial union, of their national body. But today there's so many choices, there's so many options that we have, and there's so many people that are talking on our behalf, on our members' behalf, on our farmers' behalf. So it makes it very difficult sometimes to know exactly where does one align oneself. And so it's that space in that which we operate. How do we address those issues? Social media and leadership. Well, if we look at leadership, governance, there's more liability on our leadership today that we have had ever before. Communication, And that takes me straight to social media. When we look at how quick social media is, fact versus fiction, and it's something that we have to continually do as a provincial union, have a look at what is fact and what is fiction. And we need to be looked at by our members to say, can you help us filter that which is actually incorrect or correct, and how do we respond to that? And I think really what we see in our changed landscape through technology, through social media, is that everything is now, it's instant. Sometimes I feel like we need to know yesterday what's already going to happen today, because that's the way how quickly things work. And then just the last thing is around the moral compass of our country and the landscape that we operate in. You know, it's quite sad to see that principles and ethics, right versus wrong, is really being tested right now. And it's something that we as a provincial union and each of our members need to continue to uphold, that moral compass. And it's, as I say, it's something that is really a test to us at this time. So moving along, if we look at the provincial focus areas, yesterday we heard from the different centres of excellence. And in each of our provinces, we also need to make sure that our members' voices are heard on the different centres of excellence, on these specific focus areas that have been identified at a national level. So, for example, in our province, we will deal with the issues that fall into those centres of excellence, so that when we come together as a body, all united up in Pretoria, we talk about these issues, we can participate, we can inform, we can influence, and we can make a difference when it comes to these. And likewise, going back down all the way through our structures, back to our members, advising them how do they participate in this landscape that they have with respect to environmental issues or water issues or Eskom or whatever those may be. So, today we find ourselves dealing with the issues that we've always had to deal with. And those haven't gone away, but what we have found is that there's been a whole lot of new issues and challenges perhaps placed on us. And the question is, how do we respond to that? How do we ensure that we are acting in a socially and morally responsible manner? How do we continue to participate as a professional in that? How do we keep our integrity, and how do we ensure that the foundations upon which we have as an organization, those continue to come through? So I'm going to not go into the day-to-day issues that we have over so many years had a look at, but perhaps just to share with you a provincial perspective on how we've looked at and adapted in this changing landscape that has occurred. So if we can go to our next slide. One of the areas that we have obviously found in our province, and particularly in KZN, is that the protection of property and land rights is becoming absolutely critical to be very clear and express ourselves on. So what we did is we've appointed a full-time person to run our land desk, and they have a number of responsibilities. Amongst those is the protection of property and land rights, to facilitate and assist members in respect of identifying and formulating solutions relating to land reform. And I must be honest, it has been so rewarding and exciting to see how our members have actually responded to the opportunities that do exist, how they're making a difference in terms of transformation. And we've got a whole lot of models that have been coming up, and we're busy working with the farmers, working with the communities, working with land, with labor, whoever those stakeholders are at a local level. And it's, as I say, really exciting to see how positive the contribution is to finding solutions. In addition, our manager there is looking at how do we continue to inform the policy and legislation. And this is what is so important from a provincial perspective, is that we are able to provide those inputs into the Centre of Excellence that is sitting at Agri South Africa. And I know that over the last few weeks and months, we've been dealing with the blended financing policy, for example, and a number of other pieces of legislation, which we've been able to give valuable input because we've been able to hear our views, hear our voices of our members, and ensure that that gets taken through all the way up to a national level. As I mentioned, looking at partnership models, we've asked our members, do you have an appetite for a partnership model? How are you going to participate? What does that funding look like? And together with our commodities and corporates, find those models. And, it was interesting to hear the speaker this morning and to hear JP yesterday talking about the opportunities that exist for us as provinces, for us that exist for our members. And as I say, as a province, we feel that we have an opportunity and we've responded in order to provide those solutions. In our province, we find that we have a vast number. In fact, we've got thousands of labour tenant claims that still remain outstanding. And you would have heard some of those tensions come through recently in a meeting up in northern KZN, where there's a lot of expectations that have been created. There's issues of law and order. And the question is, how do we deal with those? We know that we've got a special master. Annalise yesterday spoke about that in the Centre of Excellence. We've got a special master that's been appointed. But for us, it's an opportunity to say, how do we engage with that special master? How are our members' voices heard? And what are the solutions that we can put on the table that are going to be sustainable and ensure that there's protection of property and land rights at the end of the day? And likewise with restitution, we've engaged with the Commission and we look forward to further engagements with them, because there again, we still have thousands of restitution claims in our province. It's just so exciting to see how people have responded, how our farmers have responded, how our members have responded in the province. And then our land desk is also looking at the farmer profitability opportunities. And I'm not going to go into the details there, but again, huge amount of options and opportunities that exist. The next area that we've looked at, if we can move along, is our development desk. And we're really proud of our achievements of our development desk. And we've had a development desk in place for quite some time now. And I know this is a little bit complicated on the board, but basically we've asked ourselves, and we continue to ask ourselves, what role can we play in terms of development? What are the programs and implementation strategies that we can use to assist our small-scale communal farmers? We have 2.9 million hectares of communal land in KwaZulu-Natal. That is nearly 50% of the land of our province. So there's a huge amount of opportunity for us to participate in that space. We also have an opportunity to work with our land reform groups, of which there are a number, and we know that many of them have been failing. And the question is, how can we play a role? What is that we can do? And I think very importantly, the opportunities that exist with the commodities and with the corporates to actually address those challenges, to ensure that profitability of farms that have failed and the impact that it's had on the mills and the economic activity within communities is certainly addressed. So, our development desk works on the ground with the communities, with those new emerging farmers, with emerging farmer groups to see what that difference is and how we can facilitate and bring together, whether it be the financing or the training or the education. And for us, it's been really exciting. We've been able to link and offer those opportunities to farmers at a developmental level around education, which we again spoke a few minutes ago, saw the questions about education. What are those opportunities that exist? So, it's just, I just get so excited because there's so much that we're doing and the difference that we are making as an organization. And as we make these differences, it helps our voice to remain strong, credible, and relevant at the end of the day. Just moving along to the next slide. One of those activities that we've been very proactive in is around taking 100 unemployed graduates and placing them in learnerships. We've just done this. This has happened in the last few weeks. And it's just so exciting to see the number of commodities that we are involved in. And again, that's why I keep talking about our commodities, our corporates, our farmers, but it's the collective work that we do together, working as one, moving forward as one organization. So this list, and I'm sure as I've spoken now, you've glanced through this. As I say, it's so exciting to see that we have an opportunity to influence and effect change. Unemployed graduates that never had that opportunity presented to them have now been placed in learnership programs. And I can tell you that we've been doing this for a number of years now, and the success of this, it's at least a 75% success rate, that once these young people have finished their learnership, are taken up in management positions, in full-time employment. And I think that is an absolutely amazing statistic. And it just shows that we have got so much opportunity and we can make a difference just through small programs. So one of the next areas that we have specifically focused on, if we can move on to the next slide, is around safety and security. And we created our desk a number of years ago, and it has allowed us to represent our members on relevant safety structures, whether it be at a local, at a provincial, at a national level, and specifically look at farm attacks, farm murders, stock theft, the theft of non-ferrous metals, etc., etc. Through our organization, our liaison with stakeholders is incredibly strong. And we recently held a webinar where we had all the top players in our province, the top stakeholders in our province, participate in a conversation around safety and security, hunting with dogs, land invasions, the theft of stock theft, etc., etc. And it was really encouraging to see how we are recognized as an organization that is a voice that is credible and relevant, and that we've been acting with integrity through our process. It goes back to those 4 pillars that I spoke about earlier this morning. So just moving in our security desk, as I said, we look at working with our stakeholders, providing submissions, gathering details and statistics of crime. It allows us to speak on a factual basis. It's not that we suck these things out of our thumbs. We know exactly where we stand. We know how many victims there were, what were the circumstances that occurred. And we have been, for the last 22 years, collecting these statistics. So it allows us and it shows us the trends, and that we can then, as I say, speak with conviction, speak with knowledge. We also conduct an annual analysis of farm attacks and farm murders, which tells us every single detail about any one of those incidents that have occurred. And that assists us in saying to our members and giving guidance to our members around these practical tips. We get complacent, so many of us, and it's so important to remind ourselves of what are those practical things. Guideline documents. What do you do when you are faced with a situation where there's hunting with dogs taking place on your property? What do I do? How do I respond? How can I respond? Who do I call? What do I do? And likewise, with the police at a local level, we've also looked to see how can we, at local level, work with our police, work with our safety and security structures. What are their responsibilities? And assist them so that we together can address those issues. And it's not just a top-down approach, but it's working within our communities, working at a local level continually. Just one major success that we have found is that because we've had this proactive approach, we've been able to, as I say, collect information, and we can speak with a knowledge and factually sound position. And that's enabled us to provide expert evidence in court cases. And we have found that through many of those court cases, there have been convictions and sentencing that is really unheard of in terms of the crimes that have been committed. And I think a lot of that comes down to us being able to put that fact on the table. And that's what I say, as a provincial union, we have an opportunity to represent our members continually with the information at each level that needs to be heard. So if we move along to the next slide. As I said in the beginning, one of those landscape changes that we've seen has been around social media. And so as an organization, we had to sit back and say, well, okay, how do we participate? How do we respond to this space that's changed? And I think today is an excellent example of that. But likewise with our farmers, long ago, we all used to put everything in the post. That doesn't work today. So how do you communicate? And so as an organization, we've had to say, we need a plan. We need to have this multifaceted approach We need to ensure that we remain informed and that each action that we undertake is part of our plan at the end of the day. So, for example, we've said, how do we reinforce the tangible value of our membership? What are those messages that we put out there? How do we remind our members of what we do? How do we recruit new members? So, for example, part of our ongoing PR campaign has been to influence the public about the good work our farmers do. So often we forget about the good things and we're not sharing that information. And so it's something that we've really focused on, is telling the stories of our farmers, telling the stories of success. Obviously informing our members around the importance of the role of Kwanalu, of Agri SA, of our organizations, and what that value is and what it brings to our members at the end of the day. And very important is to manage negative and inaccurate agricultural information. And, one of the success factors that I have seen is that we often see WhatsApps being sent. Someone sends it, and then all of a sudden it lands on your desk, and someone says to me, this has come to me. Is it true or is it, not? What must I do? What must I say to my members? And so we're finding ourselves a center of checking and of valid information. And I think as a provincial union, we need to be that point. We need to be the place that our members see is distributing the correct information, and it will assist at a local level to then address the challenges that may be occurring. We issue press releases. We, as I said, we talk about success stories. We have a Telegram messaging service. It helps our members to have instant messages on their phones. And we've really looked to establish a digital footprint. And when we first started our campaign 3 years ago, we started with a zero-based a Facebook page, for example. And today we have over 30,000 users on that Facebook page. And for me, that's a huge success. And our PR desk that has actually done all our work, in fact, won a gold award at the Prism award ceremony just a while ago. And it's so encouraging to see that what we do as a province is also recognized at the end of the day, and that the actions that we're taking are what needs to be done and how we can make an influence. One of the interesting things, just as a side, is, often people say, oh, but Facebook, it's just for women, Well, I can tell you that the Kwanalu Facebook page has got a 67% male participation, which is really exciting for us. It is definitely not the norm. But it tells us that we're doing something right. It tells us that we are getting our messages across. So if we move along, one of the other opportunities that we felt that needed to be addressed was, and we know these are national priorities, is women in agriculture. And so during the month of August, we held a Women in Agriculture campaign, and it was the most inspiring moment this year that we've really had. We had more than 300 women participate, 300 women who are involved in agriculture in one form or another. And we came together, we formed a wall of recognition. It's on our on our website. And we've had the most inspirational stories, and that culminated in a webinar at the end of August. And for us as an organization, as a provincial union, we have an opportunity to continue to grow our membership and bring women in agriculture into our organization. And likewise with our youth, and it's something that we are certainly going to continue looking at. How do we grow that? How do we bring everybody together to work together as one? Just lastly, I just want to, if we can go to the next slide, just saying, where do we go into the future? And, our focus must remain on agriculture and rural development to provide that sector-specific focus in a decisive, progressive, and united approach. And I think during my presentation, you will have seen and heard how we're looking to work together as one united group. And together it makes us stronger. Always and constantly looking at how do we influence, how do we bring about change using our commodity member and affiliation base, as I've mentioned. And at all times strive to be powerful influencers, ethical leaders, and how do we reach higher achievements in all the areas in which we focus on a progressive and solution-orientated approach. So thank you very much this morning, Pierre, to the team up in the office there, for the opportunity just to share with you a provincial perspective. I look forward to any questions that might be coming my way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. I'm going to, you can't walk away yet. Maybe there's going to be some difficult questions, but I'm going to give Mihlali first the opportunity to do some questions and answers with you. And I suppose then Christo will, if you see the other questions coming from the audience, Mihlali will also handle those with you. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. So the first question from our side is that we're seeing a declining number in commercial farmers over the years due to policy uncertainty, climate change, and many other risk factors that the agricultural sector is exposed to. What do you think is the greatest challenge for farmers in the KZN region, and how do you think we can retain the number of commercial farmers who play an integral part to agriculture?
Thank you, Mshali, for that question. Yes, it is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. And I think that's exactly where we as an organization have identified that as something that we need to focus on. And therefore, we've created that land desk to say how and what are the solutions that we can find to retain membership, and not only retain membership, but to grow membership. And that's why we're saying, looking at our communal areas, looking at our emerging farmers, looking at new commercial farmers, young people that are finishing their education, how do we integrate them into our farming communities, into our rural areas? So, you know, it is opportunity. And as I say, as an organization, our mandate is certainly how do we rather grow those numbers. And I think our Women in Agriculture campaign is exactly one of those opportunities that has presented itself. We have a number of women commercial farmers that haven't perhaps participated in the discussions that we've had over the years. And now people are finding their voice, and we need to ensure that we are inclusive in our approach.
Perfect. Sandy, we have another question from a viewer. Do you have any advice for new entrants in farming, especially with non-GMO farming practices and organic farming?
Yeah, interesting question. We actually partnered a few years ago with the University of Missouri, and we looked at NGO varieties and GMO varieties and things like that. And we had some very interesting models that we looked at. And again, you know, these are very, I'd like to sort of say this is a more specific commodity-based question, and I don't want to step on the commodity terrain because we respect them in terms of that. But I think that at a local level, you have your study groups, and we need to work together at that local level, work within our commodity groups to understand what the opportunities are, whether it be with organic or GMO farming. And as I say, there's a lot of expertise that exists, and we have, over the last few years, invited people to participate in conversations around that and have a look at those opportunities that exist. So it really comes down to being involved, finding the right network, and certainly in our province, when we get that call, we answer it by seeing how we can facilitate a training session or a conversation with respect to that.
Perfect. Another question from one of our viewers, Sandy. As considered influencers, have you just done the right thing or made active inputs into government systems, such as integrated development plans at a local level, or both? Please share your strategy with the audience, please.
Sure. So if I had to share our strategy, I'd like to have another couple of hours. Thanks, Pierre. No, look, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's easy to play lip service, and lip service is not going to achieve what we need to have in South Africa. And that is why we as an organization have been extremely proactive. And when it comes to integrated rural development, we have played a role, we play a role, and we make sure that we are at that table. And it's not only about saying, okay, we're going to participate in a discussion that informs legislation, but it's also asking the question, how do we participate in a conversation that is going to bring meaningful change, meaningful solutions? And that's where, as I say, our Congress as Agri, as Kwanalu, have taken those mandates, have taken those decisions, and that's why we see the practical application of our development desk, of our land desk taking place, to see that it's not just about saying things, but it's actually doing things and finding and achieving solutions that are going to be lasting.
We have another question here, Sandy. What is your perspective on sustainability? What are your thoughts on intensive farming, especially animal agri, chemical pest control, dominant multinationals?
Sure. Okay. So again, very specific questions to, I think, some of our commodities and our corporates there, and I don't want to step on their space around that. But I think the mandate that we have is to look at how do we as an organization promote sustainable, profitable agriculture. And I'd just like to leave it at that, because to answer the question, I think I might need a little bit more time. Thank you.
And Sandy, I think as a leader at a provincial level, what would you say were your biggest challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how did you navigate those issues?
Yeah, certainly. It demanded a lot of time and energy and commitment. And for me, being part of this organization, being part of organized agriculture, time is not your own. We're here to serve our members. We're here to serve our farmers. And for us, it was to ensure that everything we did was to enable them to be able to continue doing what they need to do in their farming and business practices. And certainly there were lots of very late nights, very early mornings, and time didn't actually mean anything, because, as I said, for me personally, it was to say, how do we ensure our members are able to continue during the COVID-19 situation that they found themselves in. And certainly I had the privilege and honor of chairing our provincial unions CEO forum, and I mean we had significant time and meetings that we allocated to ensure that we were helping and taking the message from our members through and ensuring that they were part of that essential service group, addressing the challenges, and then likewise going back to our members and assisting them with the vast amount of compliance that they had to meet during COVID-19 in particular.
And Sandy, for you, how has Kwanalu gone beyond preaching collaboration and public-private partnerships over the last few years?
Yeah, I think that's where, we didn't just say we're going to do it, we've done it. And if you visit us, you will see our boardroom. Our boardroom is completely integrated. We sit together as one organization, emerging, small, medium, large, women, men, as one together. And as I say, that hasn't just been a change in our constitution. We've actually effected that change and made sure through our modeling of leadership, our programs that we've run, how we've structured ourselves, it allows for that, and it has brought about meaningful change at the end of the day. And as I say, it hasn't just been lip service, we've actually done it. And it's not something that people are finding it's difficult. It's just part of the way we do things now. It's part of the new landscape that we're in, and we've embraced that. And as I say, we are just flying as an organization, as one united group.
Sandy, I have another question for you from MJ. I'm interested in partnering with rural communities in KZN. Can Kwanalu help? If yes, what do I do next?
Well, you are very welcome. We look forward to that. And I would like to just suggest you contact our offices. Our email address for our land desk is land@kwanalu.coza. You're welcome to engage with us through our office, and we look forward to seeing what we can do together.
Another question for you here, Sandy. It is common knowledge that most new entrants don't last long in the sector. Have you had great success in retaining the new entrants in the farming communities of KZN?
Look, I think every business has its challenge, and certainly we know that many of our new entrants have struggled, and one of the major factors has been access to finance, but it's not only access to finance, it's access to information, technology, education, etc. And so, as I say, as an organization through our development desk, we've really focused on saying how can we ensure that new entrants are not lost along the way, and what role can we play? And that's where, as an organization, we facilitated corporates, financiers, commodities to meet with those communities, to start working with them and enabling them to identify what it is that they require and address those specific needs. And, over the years, we've seen some amazing successes and amazing projects, groups that are continuing to farm successfully today.
And Sandy, seeing that you represent quite a large constituency of farmers, how do you pinpoint which risks, which challenges, and which opportunities to take up first? How do you measure that?
Yeah, so obviously we have our pillars, and everything we do, we measure against those pillars that I spoke about earlier. We have our board, and then we have our advisory council. And as I mentioned, our advisory council is vested with that strategic interest, that strategic focus, and that strategic direction. And that is generated by our membership. And so we're able to test it and measure it within that structure that we have, that institutional structure that we have. So, just a very simple answer, that is where we would go and test it and identify the risks, working together and say, how do we mitigate that risk, or what is the opportunity or solution that exists? So really, we have a strong institutional structure that provides that framework to work within.
And Sandy, if you could share with us, what do you think the future of agriculture looks like? What trends are you seeing at a local level that you think corporates or commodity groups should be on the lookout for?
Yeah, certainly in our province, we're seeing a shift from some of the commodities that sort of have always been grown in our province. There's certainly a shift to look at new niche opportunities, and it's something that is growing quite quickly in our province. We're seeing a lot of our farmers are consolidating, but having said that, at the same time, we're seeing a lot of farmers are saying, wow, we've got opportunity, we've got growth. And I think we've heard over the last 2 days that coming through, that there's optimism in the sector. Yes, given the risks, given the concerns that exist, but there are those opportunities. And I'm very optimistic. And I think for us in our province, we've really continued to say, what are the opportunities? Yes, the challenges exist, and we need to have a very clear strategy on how to deal with those challenges. How do we face those, not run away from them? But at the same time, how do we look for the solutions? And I think every speaker and over the last few months and over the course of, as I said yesterday and today, we've heard that we need to find those solutions. That lies within our hands, and that opportunity exists for us to find those together, put them on the table and continue to drive them. And that's certainly, as I say, what we are looking at doing in this province.
Thank you so much, Sandy, for answering all our viewers' questions this morning. I'll cross over to Pierre, who will then close the session.
Thank you.
Sandy, thank you very much. It sounded like you were actually sharing some intellectual property with us. Thank you very much for leading. You make us proud. You make us proud of how you go about doing your business in Kwanalu. It's something that we can all, other provinces, can note of. And it just shows what we do in organized agriculture. Thank you very much again. This was a wonderful interview and a wonderful presentation from you. And thank you very much from my side too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm then going to give Alvin another opportunity. He's going to make another announcement. Specifically, I don't know what, but he's going to do the talking now for a few minutes, and then we will move on with our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's again my pleasure to announce that Jaco Minnaar has been appointed as First Deputy President. Received the confirmation from the auditors that the voting process has been completed and he was appointed. In order to follow due process, we will now leave open for another 5 minutes nominations for second deputy. I just want to confirm that Mr. Phineas Kumeli did confirm that he also stands for that position when the election started for first deputy. But in duty bound, we have to leave it open for a period just to confirm that there are no further nominations. So we will give 5 minutes for that to complete, and then we will come back to a Congress on the result of that.
Baie dankie Alwyn. Ons gaan dan voort met ons program. Ek wil vir Jaco sê baie geluk. Dit is besonder aangenaam om saam met hom te werk. Dit maak groot deel van ons span uit en hopelik gaan ons baie suksesvol wees in die toekoms soos wat in die verlede was. Jaco, baie dankie vir jou bereidwilligheid. We now again moving forward, so we're going to talk to some of our specifically now, firstly, Mr. Tony Esmeraldo, the CEO of Corteva. Mihlali is also going to lead there from our side as far as the discussion is going to be, and we also going to play some advertisements around Corteva specifically. Thank you.
Corteva is in it for farmers, for good. As a company solely focused on agriculture, we understand the impact of climatic and soil diversity, the unique requirements of each region, each farmer, each crop, and the need for sustainability. To this, we apply our global mind, with 5,000 researchers in more than 130 countries, ensuring farmers of advanced seed technology and guarding growing investments through innovative crop protection. Local investment includes research facilities on par with the best in the world and the largest private insectary in Africa. Advanced genetic breeding is combined with intense trials, testing and refinement in different bioclimatic zones to bring forth the best in-class products. Beyond in-seed value, our on-seed applied technology, on-farm crop protection, digital and agronomic solutions are all designed to optimize farmers' productivity, profitability and sustainability. Because by being wholly devoted to agriculture, we have a deeper understanding of farming, the needs of our farmers, and the country's need for farmers. This is what drives our researchers to find new avenues for sustainable growth. It is the reason for having state-of-the-art seed production technology on home ground. Our motivation for creating effective, locally proven solutions to protect land and crops with care for the future. This is the world of Corteva in South Africa. Growing progress, enriching lives, now and for generations to come.
Kongres. By ons op hierdie blou stoele vandag is Tony Esmeralda van die hoofuitvoerende beampte van Corteva. Ek gaan dit nou oorgee aan Mislali. Mislali, you'll do the honors for Congress to have a discussion with Tony. Thank you very much.
Privileged to welcome Tony Esmeralda, the Business Director for Southern African Corteva's Agri-Science business. Corteva is the main sponsor for today's Congress and yesterday's Congress, and they are also a corporate member. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you.
So, Tony, can you tell us a bit more about Corteva Worldwide and as well as Corteva South Africa?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to sponsor. And Pierre, congratulations with your election as president again.
Thank you very much.
Certainly Corteva Worldwide is the biggest pure ag play company in the world. We've got 20,000 employees worldwide. We operate in 140 countries. And I think we're unique in the sense that we invoice more than 10 million farmers worldwide as well. If I go locally in South Africa, on the seed platform, we've got two strong brands in Pannar and Pioneer. We've got the crop protection brand where we distribute our crop protection solutions through business partners, LAC, AECI, Plant Health, as well as IntelliGrow.
And Tony, agriculture plays a critical role to ensuring food security. How has Corteva positioned itself in the agricultural ecosystem over the years?
Certainly, I think food security is critical for every country and for the economy of the countries. First of all, I think we need to provide the best products and services to farmers to produce, first of all, quality as well as affordable food for the community. So I think that's the first one. Corteva has been involved with the economists publishing a food security index. And that index is used worldwide by industries as well as governments to improve food security. I want to congratulate the farmers in South Africa. South Africa is number 1 in Africa and number 48 out of 133 countries. And that would not have been possible without the farmers in South Africa.
And Tony, how has South Africa's agricultural landscape informed Corteva's strategy?
Yeah, I think first of all what we need to understand that farmers are competing in the world market. If you think about our grain farmers, they sell their products at commodity prices that are linked with the world market. Our farmers in the fruit area export their crop to other markets as well. So that informs our strategy. Our strategy is to provide the best innovation and technologies for farmers to be competitive in the world market. We have got a worldwide research network, and we use that capability to provide local solutions for farmers in South Africa.
So Tony, tell me more about the products that Corteva offers South African farmers every day.
Yep. So certainly I think we try to provide an end-to-end solution for every hectare in South Africa. We call that a Corteva hectare. If I talk specifically on germplasm, we've got seed products in more than 7 crops in South Africa. We've got biotech traits. We've got a pipeline up in terms of power core in the maize seed, and then Conquesta E3 in soybeans. If you talk about crop protection, we've got different molecules and solutions that we provide to farmers through our distribution network. We've got plans to launch our own seed applied technologies, in common language that's seed treatment, and then obviously digital solutions for farmers as well.
So how do you help farmers in South Africa on their farms as well as in the competitive world market?
So first of all, I think as I indicated earlier, it is providing the product, but there's no replacement for a service and a relationship on farm. So we've got on the seed side more than 150 sales reps and dealers that on a day-to-day basis are servicing farmers. In both seed brands, we've got strong agronomy teams that helps farmers on a day-to-day basis. On the crop protection side, we've got our crop protection teams working with crop advisors. I would say several hundreds of them working through the AECI as well as Newlanders and LAC network in South Africa.
So being a multinational company, how did Corteva manage through the COVID-19 pandemic, and how was your business affected by this?
Yeah, I think being part of an international network certainly helped us a lot, especially the early breakout in Europe. The experiences of our businesses in Europe fed into our strategy in South Africa. It gave us access to experts to help developing our own strategy in South Africa. And we've got a vibrant supply chain channel, and we leverage that as much as possible to make sure the product, especially on the crop protection side, to get that on time into South Africa.
So Tony, in light of that question, How does Corteva cope with the fact that so many countries are experiencing varying levels of lockdown? Let's say, for instance, the UK at the moment, which has literally implemented a heavy lockdown and regulations in their country at the moment. So how has Corteva managed during these different stages of the year and production seasons, and how does this affect your global supply chain?
So first of all, I think from a Corteva point of view, we are tier 1 country, which is the highest level. We've got a 5-phase strategy. I'm not going to talk about all 5, but let me focus on the 2. The first one is to keep our employees safe. And I think we today at the 196th day, we had several employees that were COVID positive, but I'm happy to report all of them recovered and they're back at work. I think the second part of our strategy is to take care of our farmers as well as our business partners. So being an essential service, we were not really disrupted. Our sales force could get into farms within the safety measures, serve farmers, and I'm happy to say that the season is upon us. We're ready from a seed as well as a crop protection point of view to serve farmers for the season that's coming up.
And how did COVID-19 change your operational strategy? How did it increase your company's agility and flexibility over time?
Yeah, I think in terms of technology, it certainly helped us. And probably a lot of people are tired about Zoom today, but I think that technology was adopted when we couldn't get onto farms with launching of new products. We had a molecule called Arilex in the small grain market in the Western Cape. We launched online, and we had several of our crop advisors online, and it gave us the capability to take the best experts from Australia and North America and provide inputs into that. Certainly, I think in terms of the way that we go to office, that's been revised. We certainly think about things like that differently. It will probably change our lives to a certain extent, but I think the one important thing in agriculture is that you need to get into the land, you need to get into the farm, and I think that will continue to be our strategy.
And just to share your sentiments, Tony, I think the time of technology has been very beneficial to a lot of companies because it expands your footprint, but agriculture is fundamentally built on a close network of relationships. What is Corteva's client relationship strategy, seeing that now we cannot see as many people as we would in one room?
Yeah, I would say just most of the farmers still allows us onto their farms. We certainly make sure that we have all the safety measures. We would call up front and make sure that the farmer are comfortable to see either the sales rep or the crop advisor, but we haven't had any real issues in terms of that. As long as you apply the safety measures, I think we're allowed on farms, and we've been able, being an essential service, to service farmers right through the pandemic.
And my last question for you, Tony. You have a new slogan as Corteva Agri-Science, in it for farmers, in it for good. This is linked to Corteva's sustainability goals. Can you share more about that, please?
Yeah. In it for good is enriching the lives of the producers, but also to do it for generations to come. We want to make, and that includes sustainability in terms of farmers, of communities, and as well as the land and our operations. We believe that we need a strong, vibrant, sustainable farming community because that leads to a strong food system, that leads to food security and affordable food. I always say that food security equals socioeconomic stability in the country, and it's not only valid for South Africa, it's for the whole of Africa as well. We committed to collaborate with the industry as well as collaborating with government to ensure the safety of our rural communities, our farmers, as well as our farm workers. We've got a second slogan that says, in it for farmers. And I'm happy to announce today that we're making a commitment to donate 500,000 Rand for the Securitas Trust Fund of Agri SA. And that's a small contribution towards the safety of our farmers as well as our farm workers. So that's the start. Hopefully we can do more next year, but certainly happy to make that commitment now.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for your contribution to South African agriculture. I think Pierre will elaborate more on the message from Agri Securitas for the donation. It's really amazing to see multinationals such as Corteva contributing to the work that we do every day and really ensuring the safety of farmers every day and really making sure that South African farmers remain competitive. I think that's been an outstanding theme throughout our Congress this week. And thank you for the technology that you introduce to communities every day. And thank you for the services that you provide to South African agriculture, Tony.
Thank you, Maslani.
Tony, thank you very much. Apart from being the main sponsor of our Congress, You come and you give us 500,000 rand towards the Agri Securities Fund, which is specifically to safeguard and help security on farms for our farmers and our members, as well as our employees on farms. Thank you very much. This is really appreciated. I hope it goes a long way in improving your business. We are humbled by this. Thank you very much. I can say on behalf of all the farmers of South Africa, this is really a wonderful gesture from your side and your company, and we are very appreciative of it, and we hope you well, and we hope that things go well, and next year we can sit here again with you, and that you can also say that the business for Corteva has improved in South Africa. We're going forward together, and we as farmers are going forward with you as a company. The involvement of Corteva and agriculture in South Africa is much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you. There must be now.
Corteva is in it for farmers, for good. As a company solely focused on agriculture, we understand the impact of climatic and soil diversity, the unique requirements of each region, each farmer, each crop, and the need for sustainability. To this, we apply our global mind, with 5,000 researchers in more than 130 countries, ensuring farmers of advanced seed technology and guarding growing investments through innovative crop protection. Local investment includes research facilities on par with the best in the world and the largest private insectary in Africa. Advanced genetic breeding is combined with intense trials, testing and refinement in different bioclimatic zones to bring forth the best in-class products. Beyond in-seed value, our on-seed applied technology, on-farm crop protection, digital and agronomic solutions are all designed to optimize farmers' productivity, profitability and sustainability. Because by being wholly devoted to agriculture, we have a deeper understanding of farming, the needs of our farmers, and the country's need for farmers. This is what drives our researchers to find new avenues for sustainable growth. It is the reason for having state-of-the-art seed production technology on home ground. Our motivation for creating effective, locally proven solutions to protect land and crops with care for the future. This is the world of Corteva in South Africa. Growing progress, enriching lives, now and for generations to come.
Kongres langs my is meneer Zenzele Mjeza. Hy is die hoofuitvoerende beampte van die Agri SETA. Christo gaan met hom 'n onderhoud voer oor die volgende paar minute. Welcome, Mr. Zenzele.
Thank
you very much for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
We're going to have an interesting interview with you. Christo will lead this with us. And thank you very much for going to the trouble to join us over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Christo?
Thank you, Mr. Mjeza. It's always good to see you. We've been coming a long way as part of the board at Agri SETA and also as being your colleague for the past year. Please give us an overall picture of the Agri SETA, what you guys are doing there and what role you are playing, because you play an instrumental role in terms of training, etc.
Okay. Now, thanks for that question, Christo. It's the exciting part is that you were part of the leadership, and actually you were leading us in terms of achieving whatever we've achieved in the last financial year. Let me put it that way, which ended in March 2020. In the short space of time, we looked at the whole strategy of Agri SETA. Mainly looking at how can we make a bigger impact, noting that your theme is about the economic value chain in agriculture, and we are saying where do we fit in? We obviously fit in from a skills development point of view, and we say from that point, what can we do better to make a greater impact for the benefit of the sector, agricultural sector. That's what we were focusing on. And in that session, strategic session that came out of that was to say, just the basics, the vision being creating a skilled and a prosperous agricultural sector. That's the vision. Keywords, skilled and prosperous. That goes hand in hand. And the mission that was revised was to say, increased access to skilled, in terms of skills development, through strategic partnerships. Keyword, strategic partnerships, being doing that for purposes of having a greater impact in the sector, and also having credible research, which is a new focus that we thought about, and lastly, leading to an inclusive economic growth. So that's the basic mission that we looked at, and every other activities or actions or strategic interventions that came about from that particular engagement and session and the strategy as approved by the board, of which you were leading, Christo, was to say, based on that, what are the key areas that we should be focusing on for greater impact? And I will just, if you can allow me, just to focus on what we said is we have got a R500 million type budget as a whole from a skills development as Agri SETA. It's not much when you consider the extent of the sector as such. But we said to have a greater impact, it means we need to create these strategic partnerships with other players so that we can create a greater impact. And that is the drive that we're seeing. In a short space of time, we said, let us go and get resources that we're going to put our own resources and other resources and make it a bigger projects that can have bigger impact. That was the drive. SG, just typical examples, is we had the Citrus Growers Association. This is now a 303 million type of project in the whole, but it is not from Agri SETA. We can't afford 303 million. So our contribution in that was 13 million, being the skills development part of it is aimed at citrus growers exporting, and the job fund put in about 119 million. The Department of Agriculture put in about 37 million. And so I'm saying, putting all these things, these funds together can have a bigger impact as opposed to us just running small little projects here and there, as an example. Second example.
But just on that,
yes.
The success of the citrus industry speaks for itself. If you've seen how the export has grown, how many new farmers and what they've done in terms of skills development. Yes. So they are now really bearing the fruit of that kind of initiative that was undertaken by the Agri-SETA.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. And that is the drive that we were looking at. You pulling me to the economic side of things to say, for an example, the second quarter of the year, agriculture is the only sector that grew, the GDP grew 21%, when all the sectors, in fact, the whole country GDP went down in that as a negative growth in that space. So it's very critical that the focus is on agriculture and make it more attractive, especially to youth, etc., etc. If I may continue.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And then on the artisan side, very important, and I just must highlight that we also are not operating in a vacuum here. We are informed by some national imperatives. For an example, the National Development Plan is calling for at least 30,000 artisans by the year 2030, 30,000. So how do we contribute to that? Even in agriculture, you need artisans, and it comes up in the sector skills plan through the research that indicates what sort of artisans we're needing. And it comes up very clearly that there must be focus on producing that. And this, for an example, the Department of Public Works put in 66 million, targeting 400 artisans, and we're project managing that. The point is, this is money that would otherwise not be in the sector had we not gone out proactively and engaged with parties that have got a common objective in terms of the skills development. That's similar things. Kwanalu, for example, Kwanalu is the KwaZulu-Natal Agricultural Land Union. Put in there 14.9 million. It's over 3 years. Okay, another strategy that we set, we are always looking at 1 year projects, 1 year projects. So we said this time, let us look at certainty, medium term type of projects. For an example, like I'm talking about Kwanalu now, we said 3 years, we want to produce graduate placement, very important, because we don't want to train for the sake of training. We want people to be placed in job creation and all that. 100 graduate placed per annum is the target for that particular project, which gives us 300 graduate placement, solid graduate placement in 3 years' time. And that is a project, that is the type of partnership that we're talking about here. There's another one, Agricultural Development Agency. You see, they've got 40 million per annum over 3 years, which gives them 120 million. What we have observed is that in all these projects, in most cases, the skills development is lacking. So they've got technical equipment and all sorts of very valuable inputs that will assist farmers, but the skills development is always lacking. So we came onto that particular project with ADA, this Agricultural Agribusiness Development Agency at KZN, and we put in over a 3 year period, 20 million for the skills. And they've gone skills audit, go to the farmers and figure out what are the farmers needing in terms of what they've already put in. So what I'm saying is we are not coming on a blank slate here. The type of thing where we just go out, apply here, do learnerships and all that. We are not we're trying to cut on that particular space and go more on what is effective and having an impact. That's how we are dealing with this. And it has to be focused on the sector itself. E.g., there was foot and mouth disease. And we said, how do we get into play here? We can't just be operating in absence of the actual activities or things that are happening in the sector. So we went to the University of Pretoria, which is the only veterinary university that is there, and we engaged them and said, okay, we're going to be focusing on PhDs, 60 PhDs, 50 masters and honors, in total, 210 in total, focus, internships. That will specifically go into places like Limpopo, all these provinces where, yes, the hot spots, and do something for the sector that is relevant, which is a very critical thing. It has got to be relevant to the sector and fruitful for the sector, not just training for the sake of training.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
these are the kind of partnerships that I'm talking about, which we are pushing and pushing hard to make sure that we make that greater impact that I spoke about in terms of our mission. Wool Growers Association. Also, we went and met with them in Klerksdorp. OVK was part of that whole engagement, and they said to us, you know, which we didn't know, that wool shearers are in the short supply. They go to Lesotho to get wool shearers, an example, wool classers and all that kind of stuff. So that, but I mean, we can't have that. Let's train some people, and we came on board there. The total project is 4 million, but our contribution to that was 1.3 million, and we are training 700 wool shearers and 300 wool classers in that space. So I'm just highlighting a couple of these strategic partnerships, Christo, which are aimed at very relevant, demand-driven type of training. Again, we are informed by the National Skills Development Plan there that says you must focus on priority occupations as informed by the sector. Where do they need which skills? Not train for the sake of training. Where does the sector need which skills? Is what is driving us. And we go on and on with those kind of partnerships. But I was just highlighting a few that we just in a short space of time could come up with and project plan and run with accordingly.
But there's a very interesting thing that's happening within your space. The sector skills units, the SCCs. And that for me is a fascinating thing where you draw specific, like the poultry, you've got a poultry grouping, you've got a deciduous fruit grouping, all of these groupings. How does that work? Perhaps it will be good for our listeners just to get an understanding of how it works.
Oh, great stuff. Good question. Because whatever we do must be informed by research. We have focused on creating a research hub within AgriSeta. We just started. Again, we're not going to do it on our own. There are already existing research, Agricultural Research Council and all those kind of things. So what we do is there are 11 subsectors, like you're mentioning poultry, etc., etc. And those subsectors have got their own committees that form part of what would they come together, they horticulture, etc., etc. They come together, they engage, they fill each other out in terms of what does the sector need. And the participation in that has been great. I must thank the sector for that, because without that, you know, we could be very misdirected in terms of how we put our funding together. So our funding is mainly informed by the sector skills committees. There are 11 subsectors, and from there we get a sector skills plan. And that is the document that guides us in terms of what we take it each year, annual performance plan, and then what do we going to focus on in terms of what we're going to be funding. That's how these things come together. So I will encourage the sector to come on board and be very active in that kind of, because it's very helpful. We don't want to have to be misdirected. We want credible research that comes directly from the sector, and then we can work according to that.
But what I've also observed during your tenure at the AgriSeta, your big focus to engage with the various industries. Now I know your income is limited. It's based on the skills levies. Yes. And you've got a limited amount of industries that are actually forking out skills levies. Yes. But that for me is so critical, because on the one hand, there's an income stream that you must manage, that you must nurture, and that you must grow. And then there's an expense side, and you must make sure that that money that flows back into the sector, that is well directed. And as you said, not training just for the sake of training, but it must be specific, and it must be needs driven. Yes. So just coming back to where do you get your money from, and what is the focus specifically in that space?
Okay. Like I said, when I started, that our pool is about a $500 million, 500 million. I'm just rounding up, and that pool is not sufficient. And our drive is to say, how do we increase the pool? You must note as normal that according to the Skills Development Act, it's not everybody that contributes to the skills levy. People who have got employees above who pay the payroll of 500K. So that pool is quite small. And therefore, for us, the increasing that pool is very critical, such that there could be much more resources that will be plowed back to the sector. To that extent, we went out and engaged. This is what I personally had to do with the team. Engaged with the leaders in the industries, all the subsectors mainly, to figure out what it is that where we are doing wrong, and what is it that we can do for them to benefit from what we are doing, and how can we work together to achieve that. So that sort of engagement was very productive and helpful in terms of we've got even other players. We were not poaching, but they came on board from other sectors that they can. So that in actual fact, they belong to the agricultural sector space, but they were not contributing. They were contributing elsewhere. But we were not poaching. But based on the engagements, they came on board to say, we think this is where we belong, and then that increases the pool, and then we can plow back. Again, mandatory grants, the usage thereof is very critical. Other than discretionary grants is one part, but the mandatory grants. In that regard, the participation has been quite problematic because we have not made the system to be very smooth and efficient. You can't take too much time of a business person with these things. So we have tried to make it much more smoother, much more efficient and simpler. To complete the forms, what do you need, what is your workplace skills plan, and what are your annual training ATRs, and then based on that we move. And then there's a lot, when we put a target to this thing, there's a lot of new players that have come on board to be part and parcel of that, so that they can benefit from the mandatory grants, and then we plow back in that regard with their engagement. Very, very helpful type of engagement, and this is how we go about trying to increase the participation of the sector, which will ultimately yield results in terms of the available funds, so to say.
Mr. Mayor, yes, it was indeed a pleasure to have you here. Any concluding remarks?
My concluding remarks, firstly, congratulations on your appointment. You are very important as Agri SA in terms of what we do as Agri-SETA, and we are also a leader within our Agri-SETA as well. And secondly, I'm saying I would like to thank the sector for cooperating with us, coming from a very low base, if I may say, servicing the sector, etc., and having the very valid information from the sector that will assist us in putting things together. And thirdly, sector has come on board in terms of the strategic partnerships that I was talking about, to make sure that we are focused and we can increase our footprint, etc., etc. And a very important point that I may not forget is there is what we call land reform, because we are operating, like I said, not in isolation. And that land reform is a critical aspect of what we need to be looking at. The country is littered with failures in that space, and the more you look at it, you find that the skills part has not been looked at. That is part of the drive that we are looking at now, to say how can we, on existing land reform projects, how do we come on board and push that from a skills development, such that it's not only the technical equipment that is there, but the skills part comes into play and make the whole thing to be what it is supposed to be, as an example. In that light, it has been very helpful. I'm very grateful to be associated with the sector, a very important sector. All of us have had breakfast before coming here. Without agriculture, we wouldn't. I'm preaching to the converted here. And from where I sit, I say in terms of the value chain of the economic value that we are creating there, we come from the skills development, and we want to continuously participate with, cooperate with the sector in terms of making sure that we make this as valuable, as valid, and as relevant as it can be.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Pierre, over to you.
Mr. Mieza, thank you very much. You know, training to do how to do things, I suppose, is the most important thing in agriculture, because it's an ever-changing landscape of the skills that we need. And I'm very impressed by the fact that you said that you know, you research the market of training before you actually do training. Thank you very much for that. You're an integral part and an integral of the setup of agriculture, and agriculture integrated side of it. And we have great appreciation of what you do. You must be assured of the fact that in future there's going to be more demands on the courses and skills that you have to assist us with to make a success of agriculture, especially the entrance of new agriculturals, farmers into agriculture, so that they can have the skills to actually compete, you know, and that we get ourselves in a position that the consumers of South Africa are dependent on the skills of that farmers have, and you are playing an integral part in making that work. So we have great appreciation. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
O MacDonald het 'n plaas gehad. E-I-E-I-O. En op sy plaas het 'n paar koeie gewy. Met 'n moe hier en 'n moe daar. En kuikens wat chirp en eende wat kwak. En die mee van 'n skaap. Met lote en vrugtebome wat oral groei. So het ou MacDonald 'n plaas gehad, waar hy boer soos boere maar maak. Met 'n perd en 'n ploeg, van vroeg tot laat. Maar die wêreld hou aan groei, met al hoe meer monde om te voer. En ou MacDonald weet, iemand moet voorsien. Hy gebruik tegnologie en leer van nuwe, beter maniere om te boer. En bly op hoogte van wat die fabrieke beplan. En nou word hy elke dag wakker om vir jou en vir jou en vir jou te voed. Want ou MacDonald het 'n plaas. En dis maar net wat boere doen. GWK, ons mense voed mense.
After 100 years of insurance, you could say we've learnt a great deal about farming in South Africa and how to make it work. Whoever penned "You reap what you sow" couldn't have been more right. The hard work you put in, the partners you choose, and the research you do, this is what determines next year's harvest. Farmers do so much more than just farm these days. That's why we offer more than just insurance. With an in-depth scientific approach to protect what's most important, your crops and assets, we offer world-class support, advice, research and risk management, all resulting in a lasting partnership for growth. We partner with the best in the business, experts in their field, the men and women at the forefront of the industry. Our Santam staff members are well equipped with technical and agricultural skills to deliver the best solutions and advice. Our research farm, climatologist, crop specialists, actuarial department, dedicated underwriting staff, and almost a century of research and data continue to enrich the businesses of each and every farmer we work with. Their insight and experience has molded the way we work in the ever-changing South African farming landscape and beyond. With all of this specialist expertise, we're able to support and grow the industry for the better. The future of farming in our country matters a great deal to us, and a century of experience has taught us that sustainability is a skill that must be taught. We reward those who choose to be a part of the solution, help those who need to know more, and fund the minds that keep driving the industry forward. We're aware that experience doesn't come easy. The younger you start, the more likely you are to succeed. By teaching and encouraging young farmers, we're helping to ensure that the best practices and approaches are passed down to the next generation. We also believe it's our responsibility to ensure the safety and prosperity of the people who make a living from their farm, which is why we've implemented more than 50 training and development projects for municipalities around the country. We provide tailor-made cover for new entry farmers to become the commercial producers of the future. And with our specialized initiatives like our fire extinguishing cost cover and smoke alarm program that has prevented a number of fires, we're able to protect livelihoods around the country. Just like our clients, our work is never done. We know that transformation deserves all we can give it. From consumer education and youth development to supporting and growing new entry farmers, we want to ensure that the agricultural industry continues to grow for the next 100 years. With the combined experience and resources of Santam and our partners, we're able to look at a future filled with expectation and possibility. Through all of this, it's clear to see that the role of the farmer has changed. Today's industry is a fast-paced, high-tech environment run by multifaceted businessmen and women. It's an industry driven by technology and innovation from all around the world. Santam has and always will stay abreast of these advancements to lead from the front. This is why we offer the innovative, comprehensive insurance solutions you need for the future. Because the crops and animals you farm and nurture, the machinery and technology you use, the subsidiary companies and services that make up your farm, and the lifestyle you live because of it, all come together to create a one-of-a-kind business. No matter what you do as a farmer, no matter what the scale of your operation is, with our specialist insurance solutions and our never-ending dedication to the clients we work with, we'll keep your business running the good and proper way.
Kongres, ons gaan aan met ons program. Alwyn is terug vir nog 'n aankondiging. Alwyn, oor na jou toe.
Dankie meneer die voorsitter. Ek dink in die eerste instansie wil ek net graag aankondig, voorreg om aan te kondig dat meneer Phineas Komeni is verkies tot tweede adjunk president. Ek weet nie of u onmiddellik iets daarop wil sê nie, maar ons gaan ook onmiddellik omdat die tyd ons bietjie jaag, gaan ons ook onmiddellik oorgaan na die stemming vir die voorsitter van die Algemene Sakekamer. So ek wil toelaat dat ons 10 minute gee vir die afsluit van die nominasieproses vir die voorsitter van die Algemene Sakekamer, waarna ons sal aankondig wanneer ons begin met die stemming. Daar was by die eerste stemming, wat nou die eerste keer is dat ons die platform gebruik het, 1 of 2 mense wat wel, vir 'n paar mense wat wel tegniese probleme ondervind het. My verstaan van die ouditeur en die tegniese span is dat dit die vrae meestal beantwoord is. Maar as u enige probleme ondervind, asseblief moenie huiwer om in verbinding te tree met die span oor die uitdagings nie. Een van die dinge blykbaar was dat om die band aan die onderpunt van die skerm te merk, moet jy jou skerm op vol stel. Ek is nou nie 'n tegniese persoon nie, so ek weet nie heeltemal wat dit beteken nie, maar jy moet net seker maak dat jy jou skerm so stel, die venstertjie stel op jou rekenaar so stel dat jy wel die band aan die onderkant kan sien. Dit was blykbaar een van die probleme om dan toegang te kry tot die stemming. Maar moet asseblief nie huiwer as u probleme ondervind om met die tegniese span in verbinding te tree nie.
Baie dankie Alwyn. Is daar enige ander aankondigings van jou kant af?
Nee, op
huidiglik
tans nie meer.
Goed. Ja. Congratulations Phineas. I'm glad to have you on board again. Your contribution is much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Believe in every farmer, big and small, those that are one with the soil, harvesting Africa's land. The land of our ancestors, to grow their business, communities, and feed our continent. Believe in the power of the collective, between farmers, communities, and government. Making smarter connections, sharing knowledge and expertise. The union of intelligence and innovation, integrity and commitment. Giving every farmer the confidence to get more out of the land. Believe in our potential. The possibilities of a green revolution. The chance to be greater than we are today. Believe that together we can go far. Believe in John Deere, a company that first believed in Africa, founded on integrity, quality, commitment, and innovation. A company that will always be linked to the land and all its farmers. Believe in greater.
ladies and gentlemen. In studio today, we have our Executive Director, Mr. Christo van der Rede, Jason Rathborn, and Paul Delport from Engine. Welcome, everybody.
Thanks for having us.
Engine partnered with Agri SA to make contributions to Agri SA's Drought Relief Fund. For every litre participating oil lubricant sold, Engine donated R1 to Agri SA's Drought Relief Fund. Jason, can you tell us why was it important for Engine to partner with Agri SA to assist farmers in drought-stricken areas through this campaign?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, Engine has a long history of within the South African agricultural sector. It spans all the way back to the 1800s, late 1800s, and it was, our journey and success through the years as Engine as a brand is inextricably linked to that of the success of our farmers. So because of that, and because of the contribution that farmers make to the economy within South Africa, not only the economy, the jobs and providing jobs and food sovereignty, we felt felt compelled, to get involved with something that was definitely relevant at the time and still is relevant, and that for us made a difference in helping farmers and helping drought-stricken areas, Yeah.
Perfect. Christo, this contribution, how will it be utilized within organized agriculture?
I must really thank Engine from the bottom of my heart. We've started this drought fund in 2016, during the height of that drought season. And we've collected approximately 30 million rand, which we have distributed via our various provinces, and they have then taken that responsibility to make sure that farmers at grassroots level get the necessary assistance. And the beauty of this project is not just limited to commercial farmers. We've also assisted your developing farmers. We've also assisted drought-stricken communities with all kinds of other assistance. So yes, this is the second time that Engine has made a donation, but this time it's really a bit different in the sense that you have sold a specific product and you've taken a little margin of that project and make it a product and made it available for us. And this has made a tremendous difference to the livelihoods of your farmers out there that are facing an uphill battle on a daily basis just to survive. Some farmers in some areas have been facing drought for the past 6 to 7 years. There's nothing left. And if we take those farmers off that land, the entire local economy suffers as a result of that. Farm workers lose their jobs, the economic contribution of that farm also just disappears, and that we cannot afford, because everyone within that local ecosystem suffers as a result of that. So yes, Engine, thank you very much. And when I take my trip back to Cape Town on an annual basis, I will certainly look out for Engine to refill my car.
Thanks, Christo. So Jason, lastly, tell us more about your other agri-related initiatives which Engine has been embarked on.
Yeah, so again, we say we've obviously got a long history within South Africa and within the agricultural sector, and we've had several initiatives that we've helped with over the past years. One of them, most recent one being, we've given away a 500,000 rand tractor recently to a farming community as part of a promotion. We also donated 100 Jojo tanks to the Sarah Botman municipality in the Eastern Cape, which, as we know, was declared a disaster area. And as of recent, our collaboration with you guys in Agri SA, which we're very proud of, and we've managed to raise 700,000 rand towards drought relief, and we hope for ourselves that this can definitely contribute towards going, as you say, Krista, going towards the emerging farmer and going towards help alleviate drought and drought relief in South Africa. We hope that it's gone to a small way. Also, we've got a new one that's coming up at the moment, where we hopefully we're going to be able to win your spend back at our local cooperatives, and at the moment, there you go, there's the check. And so we're hoping that our next one, the farmers can go back with any of our participating co-ops and win your spend back. So we're still trying to give back as much as we can, even during these hard economic times.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you, Engine.
And the amount that you are donating, am I reading right?
700,000 rand, correct? Yeah. So it went in a long way, and we can't thank our channel partners enough. All the participating cooperatives and branches that really pushed our product and went through, and all the people that at the end of the day bought our product, the farmers especially, we couldn't have done it without them. These are the guys that use our product on a day-to-day basis, and it really, hopefully it'll go a long way in helping you guys as well.
No, certainly. This really presents welcome relief for farmers in the Central Karoo area, farmers in the Northern Cape areas, parts of the Eastern Cape, and even parts of Limpopo. But our huge focus and huge drive is now to assist farmers in that Central Karoo area. And thank you, Engine. This is certainly appreciated.
It really is our pleasure. Thank you very much for having us. We definitely hoping we're going to carry on with this. As long as drought is around, we're going to carry on supporting it and carry on supporting our community.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And yes, and we call on everyone out there to support Engine also and support everyone else. But I think this round is on you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Beste vriende, collega's en almal wat ingeskakel het. Agri SA ken jaarliks oorkondes toe om eer te betoon aan persone wat 'n besondere diens aan die organisasie en landbou gelewer het. Die goue lapelwapen wat ook toegeken word, dit word aan persone toegeken wat 'n besondere bydrae lewer en dit is 'n direksie toekenning. Agri SA se algemene sake en bedryfskamer maak ook toekennings vir voortreffelike diens aan die kamers gelewer. Die Algemene Sakekamer maak nie vanjaar ere toekennings toe nie. The Board of Agri SA awards an illuminated address to pay tribute to those persons who rendered outstanding service to the agriculture sector at large, and Agri SA in particular. The Golden Lapel Pin is also awarded to persons who receive a board award. Vanjaar word hierdie toekenning uit die bedryfskamer gegee aan Dr. Pieter Prinsloo, wat oor die jare gedien het as voorsitter van hierdie kamer.
Elke jaar gee Agri SA 'n ere-erkenning aan een van ons boere wat 'n wesenlike bydrae gelewer het tot ons organisasie. En hierdie jaar is dit Pieter Prinsloo. Pieter was deel van die bedryfskamer en die leier van die bedryfskamer gedeelte. En ons het vir Jolanda hier om ons bietjie te gesels oor Pieter en wat hy beteken het vir die bedryfsgedeelte van Agri SA en dit wat hy beteken het vir die organisasie. Jolanda?
Ja, dankie Omri. So Pieter was 'n ongelooflike vindingryke mens. Hy's 'n regtige mens met 'n passie vir die industrie en hy het 'n ongelooflike omvattende verstaan van al die uitdagings en ek dink as leier het hy ons gehelp om aan die een kant 'n balans te vind tussen die beskermelemente in landbou, maar ook die groei-elemente. En hy het die bedryfskamer geposisioneer as 'n platform vir samewerking.
Ek wil 2 stories vertel van Pieter. Die een storie is, Pieter het een keer vir my gesê, hy het organiese vleisproduksie so ver gevat, dat hy sy Brahmane moes skiet, want hulle het te wild geraak, hy kon hulle nie meer in 'n kraal kry nie. Vertel ons bietjie van die ander, Pieter is 'n tandarts, en miskien van jy weet, hoe hy dit bestuur het in terme van dit waarmee hy besig was.
Ek dink nie Pieter sit een oomblik van die dag stil nie. As jy hom vroegoggend na 6 bel, dan is hy gewoonlik besig om nuus te lees en stuur vir jou allerlei artikels aan. Teen 8 uur is hy in sy spreekkamer en as jy hom bel terwyl hy besig is met 'n pasiënt, dan sal hy gou uithardloop, sy selfoon antwoord en vir jou sê hy's net besig met 'n pasiënt, hy spuit hom net gou dood, hou net aan. Dan wag jy tot die pasiënt doodgespuit is en dan praat jy verder. So hy's 'n verskriklike besige mens. Hy het ongelooflik baie energie en hy het so baie passie vir alles wat hy doen en is iets wat ek werklik sal altyd van hom onthou is hoe hy dinge met oorgawe aangepak het en met die grootste energie.
Jolanda, wat is die een ding wat jy sal onthou van Pieter wat jy geleer het by hom?
Ek dink hy het my die belangrikheid van verhoudings geleer Omri. Dit is soos hy het hierdie manier om met mense te werk en mense te kry om saam te werk en te glo in 'n gemeene doel. En dit is seker deel van die groter realiteit in landbou waar ons sit aan die een kant het ons 'n verantwoordelikheid om die nasie te voed en aan die ander kant moet ons inhoud gee aan hoe ons as Suid-Afrikaners in verhouding tot mekaar staan en moet staan. En ek dink dit was een van die belangrikste lesse wat hy my geleer het is hoe Suid-Afrika en Suid-Afrikaners met mekaar kan werk en moet werk en dat daar hoop is vir ons land.
So ons sal een of ander tyd sal ons vir Pieter 'n fisiese oorhandiging doen. Hierdie is 'n virtuele oorhandiging en ons wil net vir Pieter sê ongelooflik dankie vir al jou moeite Pieter. Jy het 'n wesenlike bydrae gelewer tot Agri SA. En ek en Jolanda en almal wat saam met jou gewerk het dit ontsettend geniet om saam met jou te werk. So sterkte vir jou toekoms, sterkte met alles wat jy gaan aanpak en weet net ons het ongelooflik baie waardering vir jou.
Kongres, ons kom so stadig aan na die einde van ons vandagse verrigtinge. Ek wil vir u almal baie dankie sê wat deelgeneem het vandag aan die sukses van hierdie aanlyn kongres. Ek wil net die afgevaardigdes herinner daaraan dat die geslote van die deel van die kongres nadat ons hierdie aankondigings gemaak het, so 10 minute breek sal wees voordat dit begin. Ek wil vir u dan baie dankie sê vir die dag wat ons kan met mekaar kon deel en die eerste aanlyn kongres op hierdie wyse kon afhandel. Ek gaan vir Christo van der Rede vra om net vir afgevaardigdes in te lig oor hoe die res van die kongres en die geslote kongres gaan werk, sodat u seker is dat u ingeskakel is. Christo.
Dankie Pierre. Ons doen nou beroep om almal om nou uit te gaan uit die bestaande skakel. Met ander woorde, hierdie deel waarmee ons besig was vanaf 9 uur vanoggend tot nou toe, dit kom tot 'n einde. So daardie skakel moet u nou sluit. Dit is dan belangrik om dan op die skakel te klik wat aan u voorsien is en wat spesifiek verband hou met die algemene jaarvergadering. So I'm just doing it in English as well. Our session that has started this morning, the open session at 9 o'clock up to now,
you've had a very specific link and you access that link, you log in, and now it's time for you to close that link. For the annual general meeting, you have to open up a new link. That link was supplied to everyone. Please log in, and then you will be able to have access to the annual general meeting. This is a closed session, and it's limited to our members. So just a reminder, log out en log in, skakel in uit en skakel in by die nuwe skakel wat aan u voorsien is. Baie dankie en geniet die res van die dag. Baie dankie.